Hello, folks. We'll be getting started in just a second. Just conducting a couple little tests. We made some changes to our setup over the weekend, and I would like to make sure that everything's working properly before we launch into it. So, if you'll give me just a minute, I'll be right back, and we'll be getting started properly. Catch you all in just a second. Alrighty, that seems to be working a little bit better. Yeah, I hope that sounds okay. What we've done, what we have done over the weekend was make some pretty big adjustments to my sound setup. Um, and so the placement of everything on my desk is very different, and it feels a little bit alien. So if I'm bumping into things a lot today, that is why. It's not because I've suddenly lost all eye hand coordination, though that may be a contributing factor. Do keep an eye out for that. Because I won't be if it's the case. But I've just simply like shifted my whole desk space. Like, not the desk physically, right? The desk physically has not moved, but everything on it is kind of shifted over to the left like an inch or two and like been shifted around just a little bit. So you're all, well, where I read chat is like still in like the same place, I guess. But my mic is a lot closer to me. I've got like the pop filter actually properly set up this time, and a couple other little adjustments made here and there. So I'm hoping that helps with our quality. Not that we had audio quality problems before, to be clear. Just, constantly looking to improve, and I saw some things. I had some things on the back burner for a long time, but I thought, hey, maybe I could make that better. Um, and I went ahead and I did it this weekend. So, yeah, basically, that's about it. That's what we did. Here, I'm going to start bringing things up because today's Monday, and I can't sit here on the starting soon screen forever and just keep chatting. Eventually, we do need to get to the game, so I'll go ahead and pull that up. Um, 1 second here. But yeah, I had because I do like the voice acting and stuff. I had a different setup, a different arrangement for my desk that I would use when I was recording. And that I had noticed did get, like, not only was it more comfortable for me to use in the long run, it also tended to produce slightly better sound quality. And so I fiddled around with that over the weekend, and now that setup and like the I feel cringe for calling it this. But the gaming setup, like the setup we're using right now, is or it should be unified now. They should be about the same. Um, so hopefully that works. I will definitely be reviewing this VOD with a close eye to detail just to make sure I got everything set up properly. But yeah, I don't know how to segue that. Like, I want to say, speaking of setting up properly, we should now. Yeah, I found it. I found the bit. I found the segue. Speaking of set up properly, we should now be set up to go on over to the game. Oh, I'm so good at this. Um, Speaking of being good at this, change the game capture. You fool. Do that. And also, while you're busy being foolish, bring up our little rat. We can't go anywhere without our little rat. There we are. There, that looks good. That should transition over pretty smooth. So yeah, we said it already, but I'll say it again. Today is a Monday, April something or another. I don't know what date it is. April 10th? How is that possible? The month just started. That's insane. Um, so yeah, it's April 10th, Monday, which means it's time for more XCOM. I'm just gonna pull that up. I have no idea what we're doing in XCOM. Full disclosure, not the slightest clue. Um, Looks like we have a team put together, which does tell me that we have a mission to do. Oh, I see it. What is that? That is a crashed UFO in France. Did we have a crashed small to do? Ooh, I think we have a crashed small to do. I see the intercept over here. No, no, that is not actually a real interceptor. That is a mark saying that this is an interceptor XCOM base, not our home base. Really, I never noticed that before. It disappears when you go to the main geoscape. But is it still here when, like, I go back in? It isn't. And the symbol for our home base has changed. How many years have I been playing this game and I did not know that? So is that like when you've just loaded in, like some of these icons are different? Fascinating. Now that's something. That's not something you see every day. Um, but hey, you know, you're always learning something new about this game. Yep, this does look like a crashed small, but with a particularly hostile element on board. It is only sectoid commanders and outsiders. So what this is telling me is we've got what? 6 or 7 outsiders and a sectoid commander on this mission. Oh no. Oh no. Because you've probably got a sectoid commander leading an outsider pod, right? And there could be more than one sectoid commander in that pod. It's possible. Um, but that's like the basic arrangement is a sectoid commander squad leader. And that would be a pod of... Gosh, do I think this is a 1-pod mission? It could be. Because you have 2 outsiders to be your command pod, right? That's not going to change. That is your command pod. So then a sectoid commander, maybe 2 sectoid commanders if you're lucky. And yes, I say lucky. I would rather be dealing with 2 sectoid commanders than the additional outsider, frankly. The psi powers scare me less than like the outsiders. Maybe that's a misevaluation, but I feel like they're not as scary as they don't have like, you know, sectoids and like mechtoids to support them. That's really what it makes a sectoid commander so much more dangerous. Yeah, so I guess that's reasonable. Like 4 or 5 outsiders. in the other pod, led by 1 or 2 sectoid commanders. Oh god, that's nasty. And that seems to be reflected in our squad choice. For a crashed small, this may look like overkill at first to send this many master sergeants. I'm gonna stand by it. This is spooky. This is a spooky mission to kick us off here today. Goodness. Oh, goodness. Yeah, you've got Titan. So I think we've got Skelly in Carapace. So it looks like Teague has the Seraph armor. And I think the reason for that is because we're short a Titan suit. Let me double check. Yeah, we just are. One must have been damaged somehow. During the base defense. Oh my goodness. We did base defense last week, didn't we? Sorry, I can't speak. We did base defense. That would be why that was damaged. Some people got really torn up during that mission. Okay, that makes sense. This squad makes sense, the more I look at it. Oh, before we launch in, I should acknowledge, it's not like something that necessarily directly affects the stream, but I'm gonna put it in the record. Today we changed our profile picture. For years, I've used that old image. I guess, oh, I haven't changed it on the VOD channel yet. I need to do that, don't I? I use that image of Felix, with like the red filter over it. It's a meme. It's like distressed gay sounds, and I've like cropped it down. I had used that for many years as my profile picture, never changing, right? On like everything that it was appropriate to use it on. So like not my email. That was like a headshot, but you know, like my Discord, now the Twitch and all of that. But maybe I'll rehash this later. Right now I think it's just you and me VOD watchers, you know, and that's totally cool. Recently I've become rather obsessed, well, you can see now. I think this will be a profile picture for a very long time. I already identify with it very closely. I just like made the decision to switch last night. That is Ashley from Resident Evil, but drawn as a mouse. And I'm obsessed. She's just like me, for real. I don't think I've ever identified with the drawing more. I think the squad's good. We're a little shy on some equipment here and there, but nothing catastrophic. I'm just gonna go ahead and launch the mission while we talk. Yeah, so, Grim, viewer of the channel and my close and personal friend, has been sending me memes of Mouse Ashley for a while now. Basically ever since Mouse Ashley was a thing, right? And she's grown on me very quickly. And that's it. That's the justification for the change.
France is sending an urgent mission request. Unfortunately, it looks like the UFO went down within a major city center near the civilian population. We should get down there and secure the site ASAP.
Yeah, a lot of people died in that impact, Bradford. Oof. There's another thing with that profile picture that I might talk about later, but for now, folks, it is time for Operation Stone Scepter, a crashed small UFO in the French interior. This could be a nasty one. This could be a nasty one. We've got a really good squad with pretty darn good equipment. You know, a piece of armor is missing, and I think we've got a missing Gauss rifle. But broadly, this is a fine squad. I'm not overly concerned about sending them in here. But this is a map with an extremely dangerous enemy roster. So we cannot take this lightly. It may be a crash small, there may not be a huge engagement. So, you know, when we do find the enemy, we probably can maneuver pretty aggressively around them. Like, there are definitely advantages. But every enemy on this map is lethal. It is outsiders and a sectoid commander, or maybe 2 sectoid commanders if we're lucky. They are extraordinarily dangerous. They are not to be messed with. We can't play around here. So we gotta get in, we gotta find them, and we gotta set up and take them out quickly. And that's the plan. That's really all I got for you. Let's get in here. See what we can do. I'm hoping for a decent starting position. There are some awkward ones on this map.
Central, this is Big Sky.
Okay.
Strike 1 is ready to secure the craft.
Copy, Big Sky. Strike 1 is clear to attempt the breach.
That ain't bad. That ain't a bad starting position. Hello, Zach. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you've made it just in time for our first mission. Everyone has a plan until they're mind controlled, you know? You're very right. You're very, very correct. In the interest of avoiding that, we're definitely motion tracking to open up here. Meld. Meld? And no guards? Don't mind if I do. But yeah, Zach, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well today. I hope that life is treating you all right. Jumpy leg sniper.
Solid copy, Commander.
Up here. We should be free to move up very aggressively this first turn based on that motion tracker. And I am going to do so. Because even on such a dangerous mission, your new Twitch pic gives me Tom and Jerry vibes. You know, good, I think. Good. That is, we were just talking about it, actually. That was, not past tense. She's not dead. She's a fictional character. That is, Ashley from Resident Evil, but drawn as a mouse.
I'm on my way.
And I'm obsessed, is the story, basically. I've never identified with a profile picture more. It's been like years since I've changed profile pictures. Like, I've pretty much exclusively used that old one of Felix until now. It is the end of an era, as of last night. Can I motion track again? Is that allowed?
Getting out. Eyes on the prize.
Meld. Yeah, I hope you like it. I think it's here to stay. Frankly, I think it's here to stay whether or not it's liked or not. I like it. I'm a really big fan. Honestly, I think, because, full disclosure, that is not original artwork, like, that I have any kind of, like, rights to, besides, like, general distribution, like, it's a meme. I think if we ever go to, is it affiliate? I think affiliate, I would like to commission something in that vein. Like, You know what? I was gonna save this rant for later instead of just opening up the stream with it, but I'm Zach, you're here, and I'm sorry I'm gonna subject you to my idea, and you can tell me how bad it is. That is allowed. Will it affect my decision making? That's another discussion entirely. But what I'm thinking is, I save up money when we eventually, probably in, I don't know, I don't want to like super put a timer on it, just like with the current rate of things, give it a few months and we'll probably be getting close to affiliate and stuff. I want to save up some money, and I think I want to commission art like this, like a little rat girl. But instead of being based off of Ashley, she's gonna be based off of me. And that'll become our new, like, PNG tuber slash profile picture. And I think that would be really cute. I think I would enjoy that a lot.
Location confirmed.
And that's about my entire idea. It's not quite as complicated as I thought it was going to be to explain.
Good copy. Moving on target.
Why did you go this way, Bishop? Okay, it's fine. The motion tracker tells us that's a safe move to make. Scared to put the sniper that far out.
Moving out.
Why don't we just bring the sniper in? I know someone here that does $5 chibi big head commissions that might be able to help if you're interested. Ooh, that's rather affordable, actually. I've never commissioned art before.
I'm on it.
I've never done that. So I was like planning on saving up like a lot. But yeah, that could be interesting. I'll definitely, I think it's a little ways out, us doing this. Well, maybe not if it's that cheap. Probably still a while. Probably still a month or two out. I do need to be responsible after all. But yeah, I would be interested. I totally would. That... Huh. Have we ever seen meld cans with only 5 meld in them in this campaign? Kimpression? Is that their name? I can write it down. Here. Oh my god, my handwriting is terrible. I corrected it, but I was about to make the most disgusting looking letter K that you've ever seen. I saved it. I salvaged it. Oh my gosh, my handwriting's just so bad. That's alright, these things happen. Well, thank you, Zach. Well, if I get in contact, I'll I don't know, should I let them know that I found them through you? K for cruel? Thank you, I really appreciate that. I'm definitely gonna have to hunt down an artist. Because what I want, I've got like, it came to me, right? It came to me last night. It was like a flash of inspiration. Not only for this to become my new profile picture, but also for this long-term plan to actually get my own little rat OC. Right? I've never wanted this before, but now it might just be the only thing. That sounds a little extreme, but it might just be one of the things that I really, really want now, right? And like it's like a fully formed image in my head. I want to have like different little outfits too. So like we can swap them out for like different games. Creativity do be like that. You're minding your own business and ideas just be like, hey, do this now. Exactly. Exactly. See, you get it. You understand.
Will do.
This weekend was a lot of that, honestly. Spooky. That was our last motion tracker charge, which means we're going to be operating in the dark here shortly.
Yes, sir.
Let's take advantage of that motion tracker charge in order to move some people into better positions. Because we're about to be in the dark. We're about to be poking around in the dark, with no clue where this outsider pod is going to be. And I don't like that, in case you can't tell.
Roger, mate.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this idea.
Hauling ass.
Like, it could be so cool.
Stepping off.
And like this after I was so reluctant about like the PNG tubing thing in the first place. Like, it took some convincing to get me to use the rat. Like, I'll be honest, it did. But Grim was very convincing.
Overwatch confirmed.
Tell me where they are. You can't just make the sound cue noise and not show me the sound cue. Silly game. Oh, silly, silly game. Shall we go to the bank, see if they're over there making
Headed
withdrawal?
there now.
They could be. It's that way. Yeah, somewhere on this map, right? I getcha, I getcha. So, for a recap, this is the mission that is going to have only outsiders and like a sectoid commander. There's only 8 enemies on this map. 2 of them are going to be outsiders, forming the command pod of this crash spawn. I believe that everything else is probably wandering around in like a huge pod. I say huge. Like a 6 alien pod. Led by a sectoid commander. Maybe 2. And the rest is outsiders. Which is, we've established, the most dangerous pod composition in the game. I'm very scared. Like, I know they're coming, so I can be careful. We also got the meld early, which removes a lot of temptation for me to move quickly.
Let's do this.
Which helps. Honestly, it helps. Even if just psychologically.
On my way.
Yeah, fun times, isn't it? It is, it is. We love being here with the outsiders.
I'm on it.
I think this perch is gonna be fine for Machoba. Being in high ground, I don't know where it says this. I don't know where. It doesn't. It doesn't say it under squad site. But I know for a fact that having high ground against an opponent when you're using like a squad site limited weapon, like a Gauss machine gun where you only get like 5 tiles of squad site, actually extends that squad site quite considerably. And I'm not sure what mechanic is at work there to make that happen, because that is not the rules as written as I understand them. I don't know if your general line of sight is just longer. I don't know if it's like some special calculation for the angle. I don't know what's up. But if we leave Machoba up here, Machoba should actually have the range to cover, probably to the end of the street. Which is considerably further than you would think. So that'll be fine. Similarly, Skelly is back here and can probably just hang out in this position and be happy.
Roger that. Scan.
I'm watching.
Probably.
Hey, you hear anything?
That could be either pod. I'm hoping that that sound cue was only for the command pod, because if the command pod and the main pod are like both hiding in the UFO, our lives just got that much harder.
Heading there now.
So we're gonna use Manimal to scout the rest of the map. Though I'm not seeing any signs of them. Do I have a battle scanner? I do.
On it.
Let's just find out, right? Before I go on some wild goose chase, let's just find out if they're in here.
Let's have a peek.
Let's have a peek. Well, that's a good sign. Looks like we might have an intact alien computer, and it does look like they're alone in here. So they're out there. Somewhere. Over the rainbow. That probably tells me I can bring the sniper up in a moment.
I'm on the move.
Got it.
And we're just going to continue to patrol the main squad around until we locate the enemy. Because I can't think of anything else to do without... I mean, we don't have any tools left to find them, really. The music is get ready, yes. The music says, "You spotted alien. Would you like to kill?"
Affirmative.
And I would, don't get me wrong. It's just... I want to be able to focus on these two. Whacking them first is very dangerous, because the way you would do that is you would snake your forces up to this wall, right? Because everything else is opened on this UFO, in this arrangement. The walls are all busted and stuff, so you can't really sneak up here super safely. Maybe with the intel you could go long and like come in through this tile and hide here, but that's dumb, right? You'd just come up to here, you'd press against the wall, and you'd hop out and you'd try to kill these two. The problem is with that, trying to whack the command pod first, is if the enemy pod, the main enemy pod, is somewhere back here, anywhere, in the process of you trying to kill these two, if they don't come all the way forward, which they probably won't, right? They would both have to. They'd both have to come up to, like, these cover positions specifically. You're probably going to have to send your assault back. And they're probably going to get eyes on all of these tiles because the UFO's so open. And then you activate everything on the map. Then you activate one of the most dangerous pod arrangements in the game. Right? And, you deal.
Moving to Overwatch.
Eyes peeled, Commander.
So we're not doing that. To be very clear.
I'm on it.
Here they come.
Here we go.
Ajustando tiro.
Hey, we found them, though. This is a good way to activate them, I think. Okay, yep, you've got 5 outsiders. Huge hits on that one. Let's keep track of them. 5 outsiders active, 1 sectoid commander. Screw your regen. We managed to get through regen with Overwatch, which is quite impressive in my book. Okay, let's slow down for a moment. Drink some water. I'm just not doing over some stuff. One moment, let me drink some water. There we go, that's a bit better. I really needed some water, actually. I've just realized. There we go. Alrighty. So this is a lot to deal with. We probably cannot kill them all this turn just because of the sheer amount of health that they have. And the enemy's pretty spread out, too. So there aren't a whole ton of good opportunities to, like, hit them with, like, explosives. I mean, you're gonna have to. Right? You gotta blow through that cover. But you probably can't, like... This isn't a situation where you've got, like, 5 chrysalids with tons of health sitting on top of each other, and then you just chuck grenades at them until they all die. Right? They're too spread out, they've got regen, you need to finish your kills. So who do I kill? I think I'm killing the ones close by. That's my immediate instinct. Can you bounce a grenade, like, into this wall, Archer? Kinda, sorta, maybe? Kinda, sorta, maybe? Ooh, I found it. I found the grenade. Come back. There you are. That looks like it destroys the cover to me. It's like a very specific location. Let's like find it again. Where are you? Ooh. No, that's not it. It doesn't get the back wall from there. Where is this grenade? I saw it. I had it. Why did I move? It's time to pixel hunt, folks. Everybody's favorite time. That looks okay. That does not look okay. That does not actually get the back outsider's cover. The back outsider's cover is not actually the back wall, it's a back pillar. Ugh. Okay, buddy. Whatever you say. Would you prefer to grenade these two with Manimal? That's a little bit more straightforward. Maybe. You know, maybe. Honestly. Because you can't really get an amazing rocket into them. You can get an okay rocket into those two. But you can get a pretty darn good rocket into here. Like, this rocket destroys all the cover, I think. And deals a lot of damage to the forward outsider. You probably have a shotgun to deal with the low health one, so you probably don't need to actually destroy its cover. Sure. I think that's our first move. Rocket away.
Going hot.
Good. That did what we needed it to do. That did what we needed it to do. So then... bring your hit and run scout forward a little bit. You know, you could have moved them into the open and flown them, but then they don't get the benefit of... Yeah, this is fine. You can maybe kill this one on your own. Close. Not quite. I don't think we have an arc thrower on this mission. I don't think we have an arc thrower. So we'll have to find someone to finish you off later. You got the double tap sniper ready. Can't see this one in the back, so that's your next priority target. Do you use cover?
Hitting there now.
I think not. I think I've got a plan. So you're gonna bring this shotgun in, and you're gonna clean this one up.
There we go.
Very, very good. And then this one dies easy. Would you rather use the pistol? Sure.
Who's down?
That's 2 cleaned up, so let's mark that. We're just doing a little bit of math here. Some mathematics to figure out how to kill the aliens.
Affirmative, Commander.
Next step, you're gonna cover the assault.
Defensive
One
position
for all.
here.
You're gonna get this grenade out. I have no idea how you're getting this grenade to its target. Hold on, what? So you're launching it through a crack in the wall. I can't mouse over it, or otherwise the line is gonna disappear. But you see that, where it's like going through the wall next to that, like, I guess we'll call it a logo? There's like a little crack in the wall there that it's going through. It bounces off the door frame of the UFO and bounces back into the floor right beneath the outsider. Thanks, Manimal. Very cool grenade. Please do so. That's a good grenade. I like that. I enjoyed that one. Let's get killing, I think. Let's get killing. I think our long-range troops can clean this mess up.
Well, fuck.
Yeah, Choba, that's about how I felt. That's expert level naders right there. Mm-hmm. It really was. Okay, well, that's damage at least. We'll find a way to finish that. We better. Oh goodness, we better. Oh no, hold on. Somebody could be in a lot of danger actually if we don't find a way to finish that job. Garcia, you need to pick this up. Garcia, you need to work harder. A couple of them might get away from us here. Let's double tap.
Kill confirmed.
Go for the finish.
Need a resupply.
Okay, so in that turn you've managed to kill 4 outsiders. That's impressive. Like, don't get me wrong, that's pretty darn good. Is it good enough? Fine question. Not sure. I'll get back to you on that. You don't really have a place for you to put the medic?
I'm moving.
That outsider's about to get shuffling. So pop some smoke here.
Smoke's in the air.
These people are the most vulnerable in the squad. And you hope.
They're trying to pull back.
Okay, good. They seem to be quite scared. I would be too. We did just kind of wipe out like 4 outsiders in one turn. That does seem to be reasonable cause for concern.
Okay.
We know that there is no overwatch, so let's push up.
Okay.
And otherwise, I'm a little unsure. Reloads probably are important here.
I'm on it, Commander.
We probably cannot kill them right now, is just what's happening. I don't think there's a good
Here's
way
the
to
plan.
make these kills happen. So,
Oh yeah.
take your opportunities to get in
Good sword
reloads
out in my
while they're
back.
on the run.
We're green to go.
We'll pick them up soon. You're gonna have to push into the UFO at this point, unfortunately, I think. Which means you're gonna want a better angle here.
Affirmative.
So jump Machoba down. Get the
Ready to
reload.
rock.
Got it. Moving.
What about your sniper? Probably need to bring the sniper
I'm on
down
it,
too,
Commander. Good to
so
go.
that you can see into the UFO, because that angle's not going to work. If you're sitting here, you're not going to be able to see through this door, I don't think.
I'm ready.
Unless I'm wrong, in which case I'm giving up high ground positions, but I don't think I'm wrong. I think I'm right, which is why I, you know, if I thought I was wrong, I wouldn't have done what I just did. So there's more meld, really.
Moving.
Really? Well, ain't that something? Not seeing it over there.
Position confirmed.
So you've got some active enemies, but they've fallen way back.
Running.
In order to pursue them, you need to activate the command pod. So I think we just get ready to activate the command pod.
Orders confirmed. On the move.
And I don't think that you have a whole lot of choice in the matter at this juncture. Overwatch isn't going to be effective because both targets have regen. Unless you can get through with a shotgun.
On Overwatch.
Moving out.
Come over here. And soon we should be ready. I'm kind of going to scout our flank with Manimal. Just to make sure that we don't get caught out here.
You hear anything?
Because that would suck.
Heading to that location.
Believe it or not, that would kind of be a bad thing. So you're in position now. If we can get the rest of our people up here, I think we're good. I think we can move in on the command pod.
Roger, Dodger.
Hope that the sniper has eyes.
On it.
Moving to position.
We cook over. The enemy has to be far back at this point. They're probably hiding back here along the edge of the map. I'm not too worried about being flanked.
Roger, I got my eyes on.
Especially with you out here, buddy.
Providing cover at my location to Overwatch.
Roger. I've got my eyes on. Covered.
So we're about to go in. Excuse me. I just got hit from beyond visual range by that outsider. Jerk. Excuse me? Why do you think you're allowed to do that?
Okay. Got something over here.
I don't know why it thought it was allowed to do that, but if this is... That did what I needed it to do. We're gonna punish it for its hubris. I'm not gonna stand for that kind of behavior, actually. I don't want to blow up that computer. So just go ahead and... grenade that target for now. One outsider down. You're down to 2 outsiders, 1 sectored commander. Not too scary. You just need to kill that one off. And does your gunner? Yep, your gunner can do that. Very nice. You would be so concerned about the computer. I would. It's good salvage. What can I say?
X-ray neutralized.
That's money right there. Should we try and move in here? Yeah, probably.
Wilco.
Oh. Ooh. Okay. Well, that's something, isn't it? You might get lucky and might be able to kill here. With decent damage from the shotguns and Garcia.
Stick and move. Stick and move. Falling ass.
Like, we can't guarantee it, but it would help a lot. That's looking good. That's what we need. So then you bring Garcia over. 89% chance to kill, basically. We take those. That's all outsiders down. Very good stuff.
I'm on it, Commander.
There's no way we're getting eyes with on the sectored commander with this medic to suppress it. So we're just gonna have you heal for now. You shouldn't be flankable from there. And no matter what this little guy does, we should be able to kill it. Cool move, buddy.
Kill them all.
Headed there now.
Hey, Manimal, I've got a job for you. It's just a little bit of, interior redecorating. Cool, we can take a big shot at you. I mean, you're just dead. Right?
Heading there
So
now.
move in, get the best shots possible. Like, this fella's just dead. It's such a shame we don't have a, I think the arc thrower was damaged at some point. It's such a shame that we don't have it available. Let's see. You are... Ugh.
Roger, tracking.
Okay, we'll come to here. Ugh. Hey, we actually do need this thing to die, by the way, folks. So if you'd be so kind as to find angles to shoot it from, that would be kind of rad, actually. You can't flank it. Oh, but I can get the command. I can kill it. Hold on.
I'm rolling.
I can kill it. Don't worry. Thank you, command.
Dead and gone.
All mission objectives
Can't
completed.
engage.
Alrighty. Well, you know, it was scary, but it wasn't too dicey. Folks, that is Operation Stone Scepter starting us off for today. A crashed small UFO in the French interior. 8 aliens killed. 0 XCOM operatives lost. No real injuries among the entire squad, just a scratch on the medic's armor. I'd say that's a pretty good start to today. Let's go home.
Our soldiers returned home safely, and they recovered a significant amount of the meld substance for our research. Excellent work.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Valen. Oh, that's why I come here to play XCOM, is to get praise from the game for doing well. I'm very simple. I do mission good, I get praise. I'm happy. And that did go well. No injuries. Fatigue's not looking bad. Fascinating. It is actually fascinating to me that Garcia, who is completely unmodified, by the way, no gene mods, no psionics, has the highest fatigue of any of our soldiers by far. More than the Psi people, more than the gene modded out Skelly. I don't get it. I don't get how this game works. Not a whole ton of salvage, but every little bit counts at this point. I got played. The UFO flight computers were both damaged. I didn't end up saving anything. Well, darn. So it goes, right? That's a little bit of money in our pocket, though. 60 bucks. And there we go. Cool. We're not very far out from the council report at this point. That's interesting. We're about to get a workshop. We're about to get our next plasma cannon. Ooh. Okay. I don't think I'm spending my money until next month. Especially until after the workshop is complete. So I think we're just gonna roll time forward for a while.
Contact detected.
Looks like our next mission is...
Commander, we have multiple reports of new abductions in progress. The locations are marked on the hologlobe.
a swarming in Umlaze, South Africa. Well, it'll be good to take a little chunk out of the panic there. It's gotten pretty high. That'll be good. Let's put together a team. We don't have a whole lot of people available. If I wait 1 hour, Dorn can lead this mission as our officer. In 7 hours, I can have a scout, if I want. Like a veteran scout. Who else? No, that's about it. Oh, I can't even wait that long, so let's just get Dorn in here. There we are. We'll get Dorn in here, and that's probably about the best we can do. So, swarming, urban block. Especially glad to have Dorn on an urban block mission. You can send Collar along. Palmer. And this is probably going to end up being a pretty rookie squad, actually. We're probably going to end up sending a lot of our new people. Hello, Yuri. Yeah, you're probably sending a lot of your new people, aren't you? Maybe the Guardian as well? Well, and then you just have 2 slots left over, don't you? Do you have... You do have 2 Devastator suits. You could get away with that. With something like this. Attack sensors... Maybe a cognitive enhancer on you. Getting the Guardian leveled up would be really nice. Scope. So double mech. Both of our off picks for mechs. That's gonna be fine. Battle computer. Scope. Alright. You've got an assault engineer. What can we make here? I can make another medic, but we have a Guardian, so that may not be strictly necessary. You can make a scout or a sniper. Eyeball. I mean, that's a name that begs to be a sniper, right? But you need scouts. But you need scouts, though, is the thing. You're not a good sniper anyhow, your aim's not that high. Frankly, you're not even that fast for a scout, but at least as a scout, the only thing you need to do is run around. Alright, Eyeball. Go ahead and take Hollow, low profile, just traditional build here. Gosh, your aim's shooting up now. Okay, well, so it goes. And we'll revisit your equipment later. So we've got a scout on the mission. You got a scout. Who else do you want? Duda. Do you want another medic? You've already got an engineer on this mission. You've got a Guardian. But a Guardian doesn't carry medkits. They just carry the restorative mist. So a traditional medic still has a lot of value. Okay. Sure. You'll get suppression too. We do need some of that. Smoke and mirrors, smoke grenade, and you're good to go, buddy. Welcome to the team. Yeah, alright, that's not too bad. For swarming, I mean, you've got 2 corporals and like 3 sergeants, but one of those sergeants is a mech. Like, they count differently, I think. You've got a couple master sergeants. It's kind of a scuffed squad, but I think we can swing it. I think we can make something work here. You want to scope? Urban block. We won't have a sniper, but we didn't really have one available to take. That'll be okay, I think. want another scope, targeting module, and respirator implant. Palmer's already good to go. Kruger. What gun do you want, Kruger? Maybe the laser rifle for you? Yeah, that sounds okay to me. Because you don't have enough Gauss rifles right now. You're missing one. One got damaged. So that's probably fine. It's a swarming. So maybe you take an extra set of alien grenades to bust through cover. Yuri? Your build's pretty normal, I think. Do you want the chitin plating? That might be a bit heavy. Maybe just take a normal alloy plating, call that good enough. Parent's already set up, I don't know why I'm checking. Hello, Eyeball. I love that nickname. That's such a fun nickname to say. Like, you know, imagine being, like, in a squad with Yamamoto here. And you can just say, you know, go do X, Eyeball, you know? Go scout that corner, Eyeball. Go get me eyes, Eyeball. Go, you know, and I mean, you know, you could be punnier than that. I'm being uncreative at the moment. I don't know, it's a fun nickname. That's all I've got to say about it, I guess. I like it. I am a fan. As for what you're taking, you need a battle scanner in case we run into Seekers or some nonsense. And maybe you carry the spare medikit in case the medic goes down and needs to be stabilized. I can't think of much else to give you. I guess you take Seraph armor. In that case, I think I can afford to give you the chitin plating for the extra point of health. That could be life-saving, you never know. Because you're going to be pretty light on health, buddy. You gotta be careful. And then you get the Titan, you get the Gauss rifle, and let's get you your medical equipment, shall we? Smoke and some chem. There it is. Hey, Dorn. Nobody's using the Illuminator gun sight right now, so I'm gonna hand it to Dorn. Even though Dorn's kit doesn't really synergize with Executioner, it's just a better scope. So we'll swap that out. And I think that's a team. I think that's a team, folks. So I'm gonna give a moment if anybody wants a soldier named after them. Now's your opportunity. You can be picky, that's not a problem. You know, after all, we're a small community, so, you know, I don't mind in the slightest. And I'm gonna just go ahead and stretch, I think. Stretching's great. I love it. I love cracking my bones, you know? I don't know why that's a thing that human bodies, like, need, you know? That seems a little counterintuitive to me, but I'm so thankful that they do, that that's something they benefit from. It's just very relaxing. You know, I'm a fan. You can mark me down in the books as a stretching fan. Alrighty. My nonsense aside, I think we're ready to go. We got the motion tracker, no arc thrower because that's damaged for a few more days. But otherwise, everything should be sorted out. We got plenty of healing, explosives, guns are distributed, armor's set up properly, I think. I hope. Maybe. Yeah? Well, without further ado, let's go.
Prepare for deployment, Strike One.
We're heading to South Africa for this one, and we need to get down there fast. We're still picking up transmissions indicating alien movement in one of their major city centers. We should get down there and secure the area ASAP.
I don't know why this is funny to me. I don't know why this is funny. It's more like mildly amusing, but then like my brain has run down the rabbit hole with it very, very quickly. Folks, this is going to be Operation Demon Palace. This is a swarming alien abduction in Umlazi, South Africa. And this is the paper office. Paper warehouse, I think is the proper name of this map. Yeah, paper warehouse. I'm just imagining referring to this location, like this place of business, like this, it's like Dunder Mifflin, the Demon Palace, and you've just got, oh, what's the guy's name? The boss in the office? Is it Michael? Scott? Michael Scott, maybe? I could be totally wrong about that. That could be somebody else's name entirely, and I wouldn't be any wiser. I'm just imagining, like, referring to, like, you know, that as, like, the Demon Palace, and for some reason it's way funnier to me than it really should be. I won't lie, this is gonna be a bit of a hairy mission, I think. The squad is underexperienced for what we're probably gonna be dealing with. We need to manage our contact very carefully. One pod at a time should be chewable, right? We've still got good equipment. That's gonna be carrying us here, but we've got 2 corporals. We've got 3 sergeants. We're not a very experienced squad. They don't have the tool set or the reliability to safely deal with, I think, more than one bot at once. At least reliably, right? You know, they may be technically able to, I just don't believe in their consistency. So we need to be careful. Meld, then, we may let ourselves be guided towards meld, but I don't think we can really hunt it with any kind of gusto, you know? I think we just need to kind of play it safe here. And the getting on meld is terrible right now, honestly. So who cares? 5 meld per can? I'm pretty sure that's like the minimum, isn't it? The alien economy is doing like garbage right now. I mean, good for us. That may end up meaning this is an easier mission than we're used to, actually, for swarming. If they can't afford good units.
Central, Big Sky in position on approach of the abduction site. Strike One is awaiting drop clearance.
Copy that, Big Sky. Strike One is cleared to engage hostile targets. Watch your backs out there, people.
This is the traditional start location for this map. I'm very happy to see it. It is my preferred start position for Paper Warehouse. I mean, you know, you can make all the others work. It's just that this one is better. This is the better start position. You've got lots of cover just right off the bat. Heavy, multi-directional cover. just all the way up to here, covering your approach. You can break line of sight super easy if you really need to by jumping around this wall. Hello, skeleton. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? You've made it just in time. This is our second mission of the day. Got a little swarming alien abduction here for you. You can also, from this start position, you've got the option of going around here, and you can snake around over. It's just a very flexible, very easy to play start position. Like, I like it. And that's all I need to say to justify myself to you, is I like the start position. You know?
I'm on the move.
Headed there now.
Generally, if you take the natural path in, you're likely to fight contact in this parking lot. I mean, you even have this shutter door here, which the aliens can't open, right? But you can. So if you get to this point and you decide, I don't want to push forward, I want to go into the paper warehouse and push through the building, you just can do that. Like, there's so many options available to the player, just organically, from this start position on this map. I mean, it's just insane. Like, it's so good. You have so many options to play with. Great map. Love this map. Absolutely wonderful. Makes me feel clever almost every time I come here. Except when I'm not clever, which is often. Oh, you couldn't stream the Black Ops 2 skeleton? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that didn't work out. Was it some technical difficulties, do you think? Or did something else come up?
Moving. Sir! I'm on it, Commander.
Auf dem Weg.
Had to switch over to Doom Eternal, I see.
Immer wachsam, Commander.
Got it
Oh,
covered.
I'm sorry to hear that. I know you were looking forward to that.
I'm on it, Commander. I'm on it.
Couldn't run it and VC face at the same time? Oh yeah. No, that sounds about right. That kind of stuff can be pretty intensive, unfortunately. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Let's see. I don't want to push the mechs too far forward because I would really like to get up to this truck. Again, another great feature of this start position. If your squad is a little bit slow, just push them along here into the side of this truck.
Orders confirmed. On the That's move. what we're looking
Oh
for.
no. Oh no, were those hiccups I just had? Oh no.
Bewegung, Bewegung, Bewegung!
That's not good. What was I saying? What? Oh, ooh. Hi, Meld. Hold on. We can get that.
Going in.
Stand by, we can get that meld.
Got something over here.
Uh-oh. Stand by, I can play myself. Actually, that's not that bad. That's what, like, 4 Seekers? That's not bad, actually. Never mind. I haven't played myself. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Keep flying. There will be no additional consequences to your actions, Yamamoto. Seekers, eh? Really?
Confirm coordinates.
Seekers.
Packen wir es an.
But as I was saying, you can just push up to like this big line of sight blocker truck and use it as a launching point to get to the rest of this parking lot, even if you've got a slow squad. Like, any squad comp can play on this map. and find a way to make it work. And that's really cool to me. Like, it's just such a really cool map design. Whoever like designed this map, whatever team did this, like, hats off to you. Like, great job. Oh, you're enjoying the Black Ops 2? Good. I'm glad.
I'm on the move.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, even if you don't get to stream it.
J'y vais tout de suite.
You know, gotta get your money's worth after all.
I'm on it, Commander.
Cool. So, those Seekers, again, they can't open this shutter door. They're probably gonna try and come out through here to me, which is a little awkward, I'll admit.
I'm watching.
How did we activate them? Bugged line of sight, that's how. There's no window here. Those Seekers should not be activated. There should not have been line of sight to those Seekers.
Je reste en observation.
That's a line of sight bug. Oof. Oh yes, you noticed the new stream icon. Yes, the new profile picture. You know, I'm gonna happily talk about it. All stream, I think, frankly. So, uh-oh. I'm being punished for my hubris. Stop it. Go away.
I'll get him next time.
Stop shooting me in the flank. But as the Seeker punishes me for my eternal hubris... God, that hurt. Why do you think you're allowed to do that? I've recently become obsessed with, what the character is in the profile picture is Ashley from Resident Evil, but drawn as a mouse. And being rat-coded as I am obsessed. I have never identified more with a profile picture. I've used that Felix one that we used to have for years. That was my profile picture for like everything. Like that was just me, right? Online was the distressed gay sounds meme, right? So it's truly the end of an era. We made the change last night. I made the decision. I was inspired. I want this meld. Is that greedy of me? Well, obviously, but I'm gonna do it anyways. So that's the new brand.
In hand, Commander.
That's what we do now. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I'm gonna do about these Seekers. I'll get back to you on that in a moment. They're just really annoying. And dangerous, too. Like, that's a bad glitched activation to get. No fun. Anti-fun Seekers. So we have an ambition. I was talking about this with Zach earlier, or, you know, ranting at Zach about it. Subjecting them to the horrors that I have come up with as a plan. I want to eventually, maybe when we hit affiliate, you know, is kind of my thinking. I would like to commission art of basically me drawn in this style, drawn as the rat girl. I have not wanted this before yesterday, but now it is what I want. And I will not be told no. Is my summary to you. Let's apply some hollow. I've decided that's what we need in this situation, is just
Target's
shoot
still up.
this thing to death. Please. Please, somebody.
Das ist nicht gut.
Please, somebody, shoot it. Kill. Thank you. It's an amazing plan. I'm glad you think so.
Nice.
I am glad you think so. Because it is an amazing plan. It just is, really.
Approaching target now.
Bring you over, just to make room. It's an awkward time here. We may be about to get harassed by Seekers for a lot of our health kits, but
You're good to go.
so it goes, right? That's life in the fast lane.
Verstanden. Ich hab alles im Blick.
Do not round that corner and activate anything. Just
Eyes
hold your
peeled,
ground.
Commander.
Be brave, people.
We have eyes on the target.
These Seekers are about to cause me a lot of pain. Such a dumb, glitched activation. No, stop. Leave me alone. Leave me be. I hate it. Thanks. Thanks. I hate it. This is the worst, actually. Let's maybe pop a rocket out here. Bit of a weird angle, but it should
Come
help.
on! I won't go down without a fight.
But yeah, I want...
Come and get it.
Awesome.
I'm
Good.
right here.
That's 2 of them down. You've got 1 more to deal with. Can we get somebody to have eyes on to help out the scout? The answer is no, of course. Because screw the scout, actually. Okay, well, you should be safer here, maybe.
Im Laufschritt.
Bring you over. We'll heal you
She
both. No, I haven't seen them. I don't know a whole lot about it. Skeleton. I also want to get for the rat different outfits to wear for different games. So like we could have the rat in like a Bradford sweater with like a little skirt. I'm definitely very skirt focused, I think. But I'm thinking like cuz Bradford wears the, how do you describe the material of his pants? I don't know. I'm very stupid. But like that, but like in a skirt form, I think would look good. We could do like, I don't know. I have so many ideas. Oh, they're little robots with machine guns and rockets. They're like shivs. And a big quadrupedal robot with a minigun. But imagine a Scarlet character riding the big Robo Boy. Oh, that would be fun. That's a fun bit. I enjoy that. Yes, I do.
Hey, Bust.
Okay.
Affirmative. Covering now.
Set up some Overwatch. There should be 1 Seeker remaining at this juncture.
Eyes peeled, Commander.
Moving to position. I'm on it.
1 Seeker remaining, probably. If we can take it out... Gosh, there's something in the parking lot with me. I can hear it. Stepping on the asphalt. Reveal yourself to me. Foul Seeker. Where art thou?
I'm on the move.
Holding cover position back online.
Lots of drones and bots in the game? Yeah, it sounds like it. It's a little bit of a surprise to me. I've always associated, though, then again, the Call of Duty stuff has gone, like, increasingly, like, high-tech over the years, hasn't it?
Bin unterwegs.
So I guess I shouldn't be too surprised.
Heading there now.
Alright.
Get set.
We got meld. That's already better than I was expecting. We're just gonna hunker down and wait for the Seeker to make a move on us.
Come get some.
We have eyes on the target.
Just tons of
Enough
Overwatch.
of that, Commander.
It will come to us and it will die. Oh. This one lived.
No longer
Not
a threat.
anymore. So there's one left. There's one Seeker with one health point left. And it's shredded. So it dies easy. Ooh. That's okay. That's okay. You can miss that because Palmer's actually gonna get to shoot back.
Enemy fire on my position.
You've activated my trap card. Oh. Well, it activated the trap card.
Debris
It was
in optic system
ineffective.
detected.
And I got a little overexcited because I love reactive sensors. But it did kind of work. Let's kill you now. Well, that was a wild engagement.
Weapons hot.
That was an experience. One of the battles of all time, for
Ready to
sure.
rock.
Ready to engage hostile targets.
Rechargement terminé.
X-rays spot.
Oh,
X-rays coming in from the side.
hello. That is an Exalt and an undetermined number of sectoids. 3. That's not bad, actually.
They're flanking my position.
That's not bad at all. That's way less scary. I guess the main thing to worry about is if you push up, you stand a good chance of activating more stuff. You don't really want to do that. And again, this is an easy flank. And your mechs are pretty sturdy. Oh yes, you go do you, skeleton. I am by no means holding you hostage here.
I'm on it, Commander.
Yes, you go get him. There we go. The Exalt is dead. You got 3 little sectoids. 3 little sectoids. For some reason I want to follow that up with sitting in a tree, but I don't know what that implies about the sectoids. It just feels like it rolls off the tongue. Oh, well, thank you, Skeleton. That's very sweet of you to say. Thank you so much for tuning in so much. We really love having you here. I really appreciate it. Let's put the alloy cannon. I don't think we can kill any of these things reliably. But you can sure tell I'm about to try. I'm about to put some effort into making that happen. So, are they worth a rocket? No, don't be absurd. Just throw shots downrange. It's only sectoids.
Negative damage on target.
In Bewegung.
Truck's too high to throw a grenade over.
Alles wieder im
Reload.
grünen Bereich.
That's alright. Wasn't really expecting to be able to get a grenade over there in the first place,
Copy that.
but totally cool.
Closing on target. We have eyes on the target.
Suppression isn't going to be very effective against sectoids. They have psionic powers, so I think you're just fine to throw shots downrange at them. Because sometimes you hit, right? Sometimes you land them. Just like that. Bring you up. Again, not feeling overly threatened, but not wanting to push too aggressively. Because I heard mutons, there's definitely more on the map, we just take it easy.
No joy here.
That's an easy kill. That's a surprising amount of damage, but the Guardian doesn't really have survivability perks. So that's within tolerable levels for that kind of armor. Remember, this is, I mean, that's a lot of damage, maybe, but this is like the premier tank armor, so I'm not overly flummoxed by it. I can bring you up, remove.
I'm about to start keeping score.
Je suis en route.
Bring you up. Remove. We just need someone to follow up on this little guy back
J'ai
here.
besoin de rechercher. Élimination confirmée.
There's a little cutie in the back that needs to be addressed.
Moving out.
Oh, on the 40%, making it look easy here with Palmer. There we go.
Target neutralized.
That's all contact down.
On my way.
Im Laufschritt.
Understood. Moving out.
Risky move here, but looks good. Okay.
In motion. Bangs out.
I don't think I'm gonna open this shutter up. I don't feel the need to. Kind of keep this as a cohesive lane that we've cleared behind us instead of opening our back up.
Rock and roll.
Those are some big footsteps. Is that just regular mutons, or is that a berserker appearing? I'm not entirely sure, actually.
I'm on my way. Hostile contact confirmed.
Oh, no. Just mutons. 4 of them. Small pods this time around. That's fine by me. That doesn't bother me at all. Let's patch up this mech a little bit while we're here. I don't think the scout's going to be able to do a whole ton on their own. And I mean, start blowing stuff up, honestly. You're safe back there, so let's take advantage. Remove a bit of cover. Set some things up to die. Okay. Good line of sight here. I'm liking the looks of it. I do like that. So let's bring Dorn up into position. And maybe we can get a nice shredder out here onto these targets. That's a lot of exposed mutons. I didn't even realize I got that once cover.
You want me? Come and get it. I'm right here.
That's even a better rocket than I asked for. That was so good. We can kill them. We can make sure they die now. So you go down easy. You go down pretty easy if we hit you, which we do.
See you in hell.
And then if we can pick up this one back here, which it looks like the mech can do. And I was worried.
Dead and gone.
And I was worried. Can you believe that? Let's shift you over while we've got the opportunity to maneuver. We just need to get in on this remaining muton without getting ourselves flanked. Half cover should be tolerable. You've got plenty of health. And there's a mech standing there that should be a better target for them
Sie
anyhow.
wollen sich zurückziehen!
Ooh. That was a loud voice line.
I've got a visual.
Never mind, there was Berserker. Uh-oh. Okay, so we're back up to 4 regular mutons on the loose. One of them is injured and shredded and ran into the back alley here. But now we got a Berserker to handle. That takes priority for sure. Can I get a decent grenade out at it, maybe?
Je bouge.
Maybe. Draw it in closer for our people to work on. Something like this. And at least interfere with the enemy's cover solutions, right? Even if we can't immediately follow up that damage. Jeez, it didn't even destroy the cover. Ugh, happens, I guess. And now what I want is I want to get it right next to Palmer, so Palmer can spend their whole turn punching it to death. How's that sound? Also, big crits are nice. So close, so close. Okay, shotgun, you're next. Let's see, yeah, no hit and run, so let's just use you for this. It's almost dead, wow. And, okay, never mind, CCS might do it. Oh no, almost, but not quite. No crit on that. It went too far to punch. Por qué? Oh well. Oh well, so it goes, right?
Heading out.
I think we can bring you to here and finish the job. Berserker down. Next up, I think you can splash a rocket into those two and start to tear through these positions. God darn, you're good at your job, aren't you? You're just really, really good at what you do, huh? You got some fire out here. I think if you just push forward a little gently, be careful on where you stand, that should be okay. You can get a grenade on that one and kill it.
Werfe Granate.
On my way.
And from here, you can get suppressed, because I don't think that we can reliably kill it this turn. Yeah. That's alright. Next turn, we've got, like, mech secondaries we can use against it. Nice hunker, buddy. Good effort. A for effort, but that's not gonna save you. Gosh. We really destroyed this place's interior, didn't we? Oh no. No ammo on either mech. That's okay.
Okay.
It's dead.
God, I need ammo.
It's dead? And we know where to find the other one. It's out in that alleyway, it seems.
On my way.
You're gonna want to cover this medic now
Affirmatif, commandant.
when you reload.
Je vous couvre d'ici. Munitions en place.
Roger. Tracking.
Yeah, it's like right outside here.
Holding cover position. Locked and loaded.
That's alright. It can't really hurt us.
That's affirmative. Locked and loaded.
And honestly, that may be the last enemy on the map. I mean, we've chewed through this so-called swarming pretty quick.
Affirmative.
Like, bring Dorn over to here. Maybe you can breach into the alley if that becomes necessary. Which it looks like it might be.
They're suppressing my position.
Cool move. Good effort. However,
In motion. Nothing's moving down there.
thank you, Shred, and thank
Everything
you,
by
Cred.
the numbers.
And folks, it's just that easy. Only 16 aliens for swarming? Yeah, the alien economy is really not doing too hot right now. I mean, we know that from the meld, but it is showing that was not actually very difficult for a swarming mission. No particularly advanced enemy types, like nothing super nasty, really, and the pods were all pretty small. Huh. Well, folks, that is Operation Demon Palace. The horrors of Dunder Mifflin have been contained once more, mostly by setting everything on fire, from the looks of things back here. A swarming alien abduction completed in Umlazi, South Africa. Pretty straightforward. We took some hits on the armor, but I'm hoping that doesn't translate into any repairs. I don't think we took enough to necessarily guarantee repair times, so let's go home and find out. That's like my number one concern. Because, like, the scout took a hit, the engineer took a hit from, like, the cheating seekers.
Impressive work, Commander. Our soldiers have to be feeling good after a mission like that.
Oh, thank you, Bradford. I'm feeling good too, you know? That's a good operation. But you see, here, Dorn has 6 days of fatigue, which makes sense, because Dorn's an officer who's, like, heavily gene-modded. How did Garcia get 6 days of fatigue? That does not make sense to me. Oh well. That's a mystery I may never solve. The loot is hardly worth mentioning, frankly. But the money for such a straightforward op is really good.
We will be in touch, Commander.
That's cash. And, I mean, you know, it's not huge progress, but every little bit does help lower the panic in South Africa. So that helps. Yeah.
Additional workshop online.
That's our final workshop completed. It's been a long time coming. Frankly, I should have probably gotten it a long time ago. It probably would have saved us a lot of money. But, yeah. That'll help. That'll do.
Detected.
A scout over Egypt and a new request from Japan. We'll have to check what that is. Go balanced, Pyro? Let's see if we can take this thing down. You're the only interceptor in the area.
Engaging bogey.
Do I want to use anything on you?
Nearing strike range.
Yeah, there we go. That was worth it. I almost used a tracking module. Oops, sorry. I need my desk. There I go, hitting everything like I said I was going to. That's what I get for rearranging things. Yeah, only had to use a dodge module, and that's a cash bounty. Very good stuff. I'm happy with that. And Egypt is safe for another day. Yes! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's huge. Oh, that's so good. Durand's made her first roll to get into the new tier. That's so amazing. Hold on, I'm gonna throw somebody else in, but then we're gonna go take a look at Durand. Everybody who wants to go next is currently fatigued, so we've got to wait a little while, actually. We'll revisit that later. But, Durand.
As the alien attacks have become more frequent,
Shut
our
up,
casualty
Bradford.
rate has climbed. Our troop shortage is becoming a problem. We should start screening potential candidates at the barracks immediately.
We've got an adept. We've got an adept. We are 4 missions away from being able to put Durand in the tube to start working on getting Scion. The Psi grind is almost complete, which means that we need to take down the Overseer, like, yesterday, frankly. Oh my gosh, that's so good, though. That's so good. It's gonna take a little bit of work, but I think we might be able to get Durand up to, like, Tech Sergeant. Get Durand up to, like, Tech Sergeant, and that should be tolerable, level-wise, for the Volunteer. I mean, ideally you want more than that, but, like, that's okay. Like, that's not bad. Oh, that's amazing. That was really lucky to get that on the first try. So with that, Durand just shoots ahead. Just 100% shoots ahead. Ahead of the pack. Who wants to go in the tube next? Olsen does? Yeah. Olsen can go in the tube next, maybe. I mean, though Olsen probably not even. Olsen doesn't really need to be psionic. And what is this request from Japan? Aww. For 3 laser rifles, we could get a Tech Sergeant? That's a shame. That's a shame we don't have the rifles on hand. Oh well. Plasma cannon comes off the line. Let's go to the hangar and get that installed. Plasma cannon. Asia's just ready to go, right? I think you want to keep Asia ready and on standby. So we're gonna actually install this on another interceptor out here somewhere. I mean, do you, though? I mean, you could. You've got another firestorm on the way in 12 days, though. Save it for that, actually. Save it for that. Unless you've got another one on the way. You don't. You don't. Save it. Yeah. Repairs are about to come in. Shabande fails Psi School. That's okay. Put him back in. Get you Mind Merge. And who else? Really? Huh. Maybe Collar? Although we haven't been particularly successful in our own attempts to reverse engineer the cyberdisk, the Chinese government believes their engineers may still find something useful. They'll give us 2 engineers and $45. which for 3 Cyberdisc Rex is pretty good, honestly. We constantly are using Rex in order to make more dodge consumables for our air game. But I think I could spare 3 to get $45 and 2 engineers. That seems like an okay deal to me. Cool. That works. I wonder what the headline for that is. Armed drones now in use by China in attempt to thwart alien attacks. Good job, XCOM. We did it. We saved the city. We forwarded drone warfare.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile. We hope that your current successes only mark the beginning of an enduring effort to eliminate the extraterrestrial threat.
Nice. Very nice. Okay, we kept Japan in the program. We actually made a little bit of money this month. That's really good. And we got a B. We got a B rating. That's not too bad. I think our next big play on the strat layer is to retake Russia. That'll secure the Europe bonus for us, which will massively increase our funding. Is it necessary for us to win? Maybe, maybe not. I'll kind of play that one by ear.
Remember, we will be watching.
If we think the campaign's gonna go on for a while, it's probably a good idea. If we think that we're gonna be able to end here in like a month or two, probably not even worth the mission at that point. Like, I've got the skeleton key on the way. We'll evaluate. I mean, it's really gonna depend, are we gonna get to make a pass at the Overseer with Asia? If yes, very cool.
The new engineers arrived this morning, Commander. We're always glad to have more help down here.
Here. Oh my goodness. We've got an alien heavy weapon available. We can make it. We can make the plasma sniper rifle. What about the reflex cannon? That takes an alien rifle? Okay, I know how I'm spending our money. Get that on the way. I was like, maybe I'm gonna buy an interceptor and put a phoenix cannon on it, and I might still do that. But that definitely takes priority for me, frankly speaking. I kind of want... We've got a lot of alloys, we got a lot of Illyrium, we got a good chunk of fragments. We could probably go for something fancy here. Psi armor. This could be good to start putting on Durand. This could be like a good, like, an item for the volunteer on the last mission to have a psi screen. Because this is like, I mean, just damage reduction, isn't it? Like psionic damage reduction. And if your volunteer cannot die on the final mission. Well, they can die, but you lose the mission. You can't let them die. They need to be up and moving in order to actually end the mission. So if they're going to be an engineer, right, if it's going to be Durand, you're going to have in their utility slots an AP, an HE, and then you got a flex slot. You won't need the neuroregulator or the cognitive enhancer. You can take another item. You're gonna have really good psi powers, so you probably don't need to worry about like doubling up on grenades. Honestly, I think you just go... I think you go for like the Psy special stuff, because it's pretty strong. And in particular, I think you go Psy screen. So they, you know, survive. So let's do that, just preemptively, while we're getting ready. Is there anything else we're interested in? We could make another plasma pistol. Sure. I like my plasma pistols, they've been very helpful. More Titan, actually. We're gonna have to make some more money, but I think we want more Titan, don't we? Yeah, actually. You might be able to ditch Carapace for it to make that money happen. Not sure. Because for the final mission, you're taking... what? What are you taking equipment-wise? I mean, you know, we're at the point of the campaign where I have to start planning that squad. I can't believe we made this stupid thing. This super heavy plasma. Like, we could invest in the Shiv, actually. Like, we could. You've got double mech, Shiv. If it's a 10-person mission, right?
We need our troops in top form. Tell them to get some rest.
Alright, Bradford, I will. 10-person mission, 2 mechs, 1 Shiv, let's say. Because we've got the Shiv equipment, we'd better do it. That's 7 pieces of armor. 1 Seraph should be okay. So you need 6 pieces of Titan. This is misleading. You've got 4 currently available, but... how many Titan do we actually have? Will Shen tell me? No, because Shen's a liar. I think we have 6 pieces of Titan. I think we do. We might be repairing them right now. Yeah, we have 6 pieces of Titan, so we don't actually need... we don't need more Titan. If we get more Titan, maybe we can start upgrading to Archangel. Maybe unnecessary, but could be interesting, you know? It could help, right? It's not the end of the world. Things to consider. I don't know that I have a whole lot to sell right now, is the thing. Well, I mean, I've got some corpses built up. I've got a couple corpses built up. What do you want to work on now? Another suit of Titan with the intent of eventually going Archangel? Like setting up like a steady Archangel production line? You could do that. You might even get away with it. Because right now we're kind of paused on Firestorm and Plasma development because we don't have the Arc Thrower. We haven't been bringing in new rifles to convert. Sure. Okay. Alright. Sure. So I think that's what we're gonna do, is we're gonna get to work on another suit of Titan. I mean, do you need a... You can probably just start... like, you're about to have your stuff repaired, actually. You can probably just start... making... Archangel? If you can scrape together the cash for it. which it looks like we're gonna be able to here. You don't need that many floater corpses, but hang on to a few anyhow. And like, start working on an Archangel. Takes 9 days for the upgrade, it's not super long, and we'll just do it one at a time. When one Archangel completes, you get the next one in the queue, because right now we have enough Titan armor, once these repairs are done, so that we have +1 Titan armor from what we need for a typical squad. Oh, you know what you also need, though? Where's that shiv? Where do I build the shiv? Here it is. I also need 130 bucks for this thing. That's not too bad. Let's go get that next. Do you want to ditch the carapace armor for that? Yes. No. Maybe? It spooks me. Maybe leave that alone for now, actually. You can definitely ditch the sentry gun. You don't need this thing anymore. So that's 40 bucks. Because you have the super heavy plasma. Commander corpses. Requests for commander corpses don't usually go very high, so I think you can go down to 15 there. That's not too
Make sure the latest
irresponsible.
equipment has been prepped and loaded.
Drones, you can maybe go down a bit. Sure. Ditch an ethereal corpse. You don't have many, but again, I mean, I've never seen a request for them, but I doubt they'd go very high. They're kind of a rare enemy. And you need 10 more bugs? Just make that up in drone wrecks. We're spending everything right now here at the beginning of the month, but it's gonna work out. We're gonna build a hover shiv. That'll be ready in 8 days. That's pretty nifty. And that's mostly just gonna sit around until the final mission, I think, frankly.
Contact detected.
It's time. That's a retaliate. What is this? A retaliation against Japan? Null of the Earth? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. But it's fine. It's wandered into Asia. I'm gonna shoot it down. I wouldn't want this thing to land anyways, so we're gonna go up. We're gonna use balanced for everything, I think. And this is our chance. This is what we've been getting ready for. We're gonna use everything we've got here. Take it down. I'm not sure what a retaliation means in this context, but
Defense matrix at satellite.
it doesn't matter to me. Kill it.
Disengaging.
It's almost dead already. Oh my god. Thank you, Plasma Cannon.
Contact
Thank you.
detected.
Dutch? This is what we've been preparing for. Get in there.
Enemy
He
is
doesn't get out of
padlocked.
here alive.
Activating defense matrix. Targeting.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, it's so good. Only 15 aliens? That's not too bad either. I was expecting way worse, frankly, from the Overseer. This is it. This is the other bottleneck. Being cleared. Right on time. With this, I don't think we're gonna actually need to do the next base assault. We'll evaluate our finances. We'll evaluate our finances and see what we need. We might do it anyhow. It truly is the end, isn't it? We're so close now. This is a size 15 crew. I'm gonna mark that. This is such an important mission. I need to try hard for this one, I'm sorry. But that's 15 aliens. You've got a guaranteed ethereal on board. That is your command pod right there. Heavy floaters, sectopod's gonna be nasty. Probably a sectopod with drone support. Muton elites. I believe the Muton elites guard the ethereal in this command pod variant, but I haven't played the Long War Overseer battle before, so I'm not entirely certain. You've got Muton Berserker, regular Mutons. That might be everything. It could be, the species detected could be overflowing and we could be missing something or two, but that's already a lot of variety for a size 15 crew. I could reasonably believe that that's every enemy type. You know, you might be missing like a Seeker for like the Sectopod pod. That could happen. Amazing. And it's been a little while since our last mission, so the crew's had a chance to rest up and get ready. So we're gonna send Yolatio, Grim, we're sending the A-Team. This one doesn't get away from us. Do you want Zhang or do you want Collar? You want Zhang. Do you want the Marauder or do you want the Valkyrie? What kind of map is this gonna be? What's this shoot down? Plains. Send Seema, of course. So many Master Sergeants to pick from. Ross Beef is ready for their first mission as a Master Sergeant. That's a pretty big deal. Is our Jaeger still damaged? Yeah, for 2 more days. That's fine. You probably don't want the Jaeger for this one anyhow. I kind of want to send the Marauder for fighting in that UFO interior. Like, the Valkyrie's good, don't get me wrong. I think they'd both be fine choices. I think I'm gonna send the Marauder in because they've got that little bit more tank to them. And they can get in close and really mess that ethereal up if necessary. So that's gonna help. What else are we missing? And we could send double mech, it's just that one's not going to have an amazing gun. So you could send the Archer. Oh, you want a Rocketeer, of course. That's it. I mean, that's a full squad already. Okay, sure. Works for me. No, I'm not complaining. I'm so excited. It's been such a long time coming. Let's get you set up, Yolatio. All ready to go. Grim. Get even your Seraph armor. Illuminator, Alloy Bipod. We've already got your high caps. Are you gonna get a plasma pistol? I think so, probably. Actually, there have been some scenarios where we've used pistols with our snipers here recently. Especially the double tap has been good. So they could make use of the plasma pistol if push really comes to shove. Sang. You get all snazzy. Respirator implant on you. Now there's a question, actually. This right now is a full Master Sergeant squad, and that's pretty rad. That's pretty cool. But hear me out. If we take Durand on this mission, we're 3 missions away from being able to complete the game. Hypothetically. Probably more than that. Like, we've got to spend a lot of time building the final building, I think is going to hold us back. And we'll need to train Durand up to the final level, but the sooner we get that done, probably the better. So maybe we take an engineer instead here. That should be okay. I'll be fine with that. Do you want... What kind of gun do you want? Maybe a Gauss rifle? I'm gonna give you your neural regulator, of course. And that should be fine. You've got psionic cover destruction, don't you? That's the ability we gave you. Do you even need HE now? Could I get greedy and, like, give you, like, a cognitive enhancer instead? Wild if true, but the sooner we get you leveled up, the better, right? But you're an engineer. Like, you kinda need your cover destruction grenades. That's what you're built for. That's hard to pass up. But I do think we can bring you on this mission. We'll get you to bring the neural regulator for now. Later we can give you the cognitive enhancer when you no longer need the regulator. That should be fine. That should be okay. Battle computer. Get your scope. Ross beef, we never actually figured out what to take for a final item. For a final perk, rather. Not a final item. Final perk. Bit of a difference there. You've got some pretty cool things you could bring. Or take. Extra conditioning is pretty straightforward. And I mean, it's more survivability, which is just good. You know? Like, that's just a good thing. Packmaster. Packmaster's really good, too. One more medkit, right? One more smoke, one more chem. That's pretty cool. Especially for like a long mission, Packmaster gives you that little bit of extra flexibility. Especially, it's looking like Rossbeef is probably going to be our medic for the final mission. Packmaster could be really good for that. It really could be. Savior's really good for just pure healing, but I think because we're probably going to be running a Guardian for a lot of our squads, maybe not. I'm not sure. I mean, it's just hard to pick. It's hard to choose. Like, extra conditioning is really good for survivability on this unit, but has Rossbeef, like, ever really been shot at? Like, once, I think. Once, I think Rossbeef got, like, beat up pretty bad. That was about it. Like, you're usually gonna be in smoke anyhow. Don't you have... Hold on, what's your psi ability? Yeah, regen, biofield, distortion field, mind merge. We were interested in giving you, like, telekinetic field, too. If we could get you to that, which isn't guaranteed, you don't necessarily need as much smoke. So maybe you don't need Packmaster if you're gonna be going after that. You're not far off, actually. What's the math on this? Oh no, I mean you're kind of far off. That's a lie. Never mind. You're a little ways away. I mean, a few missions. You're about as far from that mission-wise as Durand is from the next level. So I guess it's reasonable for you to have telekinetic field for the final mission. That's not too big of an issue. So maybe not Packmaster. Maybe I take that off the list. Savior or extra conditioning. This is just tons more healing. It's so much more. We calculated it last time because it's like 2 additional medkit charges just for free, not even attached to an item. And now all your medkits do 4 more health per use. So that's 12 more health from your pre-existing medkits. $10 more per additional medkit charge. It's like 32? 32 more points of healing? That's kind of insane, honestly. And if you don't want to, tell you what, if you don't want to take the Guardian on the final mission because it's underranked, if instead you want to take the Jaeger and maybe either the Valkyrie or the Archer or somebody else, like somebody, you know? You don't have to be too picky about it. Just one of the other Master Sergeant mechs, just for additional kill power. Savior is probably the pick, right? I mean, you're gonna have more... You're still gonna have the Restorative Mist unit, but it's not gonna be nearly as effective, is it? Well, I mean, you're still gonna have the Restorative Mist. And you can pack the extra medkits. And if you die, like, all of that's for nothing. Right? Then that's the other thing, is like, Packmaster and Savior are really good. Right up until your medic gets, like, double shot or, like, crit or something and goes down. And extra conditioning helps you prevent that. The extra will helps you get telekinetic field more reliably. The extra mobility is nice. I'm just gonna do it. It's a simple pick. I'm gonna go extra con. I know that's a lot of thinking to just decide to go the safe extra con pick, but I hope that makes sense. Like, there's not a wrong pick there. I just think extra conditioning is that good. It's that good. It's very competitive. You get a plasma pistol, alloy plating. Do you want maybe instead? No, you can go alloy plating, that's fine. Arc thrower, just in case we get a chance to capture something cool. There's gonna be elites on this mission. I would not mind bringing an elite home. And that should be okay for now. Bringing an elite home gives us another heavy plasma weapon, which is going to be helpful. If we want to get the mech plasma upgrade, which I really, really want, we're going to have to go that direction, so I'm definitely thinking about it. And you want Chitin, because we know that there's Berserkers. And that looks like a team. We got the A-team together here. Honestly, a lot of these people, most of these people are probably going to be working together on your final mission. This is probably a hint, like a pre-trial of a lot of what our final mission squad is going to look like. So we should also keep an eye out for, like, what can we improve? What other items might we want? You know, that kind of deal. Like, I mean, we've got the spare medkit here on the scout because there's not a whole lot else to take. Maybe you can make a scout item, something for Seema. Maybe I write that down. Maybe I write that down right now. Scout item? Question mark? There you go. Yeah, but otherwise this looks like a pretty good team. I think everybody's got more or less what they want. Like, you could maybe get a gunner item, too. But then again, I mean, you liked having the spare med kits. So that's not really necessary. I don't think there is an item that I would want to give a gunner, would I? No, Walker Servo. Walker Servo, Walker Servo. Making a shopping list. Walker Servo for gunner, because Yalashio is insanely slow. And that's a little bit of a problem, actually. It's not, like, terrible, because they're a gunner and they usually sit still anyhow, but it's definitely resulted in some pretty awkward maneuvers at moments. So that would be cool to get. Zhang, for the final mission, probably does not need a respirator implant. What would you bring instead? Maybe an infantry item? I'm not sure what that's going to be. If you bring Zhang, you're a little limited. If you bring Collar, who's a Psi infantry, you might be able to bring the Psi scope. So... Inf item... That's cool. Watanabe's happy. Already made a note about Seema. Yeah, everybody else I think is happy in this squad. I think that's cool. I think we're good to go for this mission, and I think I've got a little bit of an idea on what I might need to build for the final mission. So that's good. We can get to work on that when we get back. So, without further ado, let's go.
Strike one. Prepare for landing.
You'll be heading into Japan for the next mission. The downed UFO is in a remote area outside a small town. If we can secure the crash site, we should be able to prevent any civilian casualties.
The intern has been in some kind of mood here recently. Last time we had Operation Demon Palace. This time, folks, we've got Operation Demon Savior. This is a crashed overseer in Japan. This is a big deal. We cannot back down from this. I mean, we can. We're physically able to. Big Sky's not going anywhere. We've got an evac point, but we will not be. If necessary, we will fight this to the last man. This is perhaps... This will rank up there as one of the most important missions in this campaign. I don't think one of the most difficult, I'm hoping. It's only 15 aliens, right? You know, this should be achievable. There's some very dangerous enemy variants. This isn't going to be easy. Right? We gotta manage our contact well. We gotta play it cool. But... This is gonna help begin the true end of the campaign. Oh, hello, Breeze TV. Hello, welcome. What's right on time? Well, first and foremost, I was right on time today. For the first time in a long time, I finally fixed my sleep schedule and actually showed up to stream on time. But also, this overseer is right on time as well for us to begin wrapping up this campaign. So I think it's been a fortuitous title. But welcome, Breeze. I hope that you're doing well. I hope life's treating you all right. Mel could be better. The end of the month just ticked over, so the alien economy may have a little bit more for us to steal in terms of meld, but meld is not what we're here for. Deep in the interior of this UFO, there is a device that we are after. We've got to clear out the enemy, we've got to get that device. So meld is absolutely a secondary consideration for us. It'll probably guide us around when we spot it, right? Because I am a manifestation of greed and avarice. And we do have to clear the outside of the UFO before we go in, I would imagine. But if some meld dies, I'll get over it. Let's get in here and see what we can do.
They've been protecting this ship with their most advanced technology. So it's safe to assume whatever they've gotten there is crucial to their invasion effort. We should expect heavy resistance. They're not going to make this easy on us.
That's right, as Bradford says.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Alright, looks like we've already found our first engagement right up ahead. That's pretty close, actually. That's what, right around here? And here's the UFO. That's the Overseer, so let's not get any closer on that side. Let's take a moment to get set up and get ready to engage this. Where do you want your people? You can probably put
10-4.
your gunner back here.
Order confirmed.
Bring your Marauder forward. Oh, fun. Looks like Grimm's going to be able... A downed medium? Yeah, functionally this looks like a downed medium. But it's going to be a little bit different. It is... Specifically, this is the Overseer. It's a special ship, with story considerations. So, the interior's messed around with a little bit. It's got a special command pod, and regardless of the state of the alien economy, it has very dangerous enemies on it. We're expecting a sectopod, an ethereal guarded by muton elites, drones supporting said sectopod, mutons, berserkers, and what was the other thing we saw in Species Detected? Heavy floaters. So, all in all, a bunch of nasty pieces of work. You could bring Grimm way back, perhaps. But honestly, I'd rather keep Grimm here.
On my way.
That will be okay by me.
On the move.
Seema comes up. Additional concern on this mission. This is almost an entirely Master Sergeant squad with the exception of Durand here, who's our intended volunteer. Oh, look at that. Psychokinetic strike. It really is just like collateral damage, isn't it? So we need to keep Durand alive. We need to keep everybody alive, but Durand especially cannot be allowed to
You know
die.
more about this than I do.
We need to train Durand up, which is why they're here. They can't really miss out on missions. It's kind of important that Durand gets the experience.
On my way.
Otherwise, I think we can shuffle our people up a bit. Maybe the enemy wanders into me?
I'll be watching. Roger.
That would be
Got my
kind of
eyes
cool.
on.
Kind of hip.
I'll
As the
shoot
kids say.
anything that moves.
I'm on it. Got it covered.
Some pistol overwatch. I don't know what that pod is ahead of me. But I don't like it. No, I don't.
Heading to that location. Target acquired.
No, I don't like it at all, actually. That's 3 Berserkers and 2 Muton Elites. It's a nasty piece of work right there. Let's mark it. Frankly, I'm glad to see 3 berserkers as opposed to 3 muton elites. I'd call that an improvement, but still kinda nasty. Not my favorite thing to see starting out here. I mean, it's actually it's a good pod to get out of the way first. What's your range? You don't want to put too much distance now. Put Durant here.
I do owe you that much.
And we're going to pull the berserkers into us. That's a pretty obvious first move, I think.
I'm throwing this thing.
You might be a little far from the officer, but you've got a lot of will. Just don't panic, okay? CCS goes off. Very fun. We love CCS. It's always a good bit. Seema, draw that other one in, please. That should die to CCS too. With a little bit of luck. Close. Almost. Yes. Here we are.
X-ray down.
Oh, thank you for being berserkers. I really appreciate it. You've got no eyes with the Elasio on the elite. So this is an opportunity for them to chew up a berserker. I'm very glad that I put the shotguns right in that specific position. That was very fortuitous. And there we go.
Nailed him.
Can you believe we took all of that out with only Yalashio's actions? Everything else was a single hit and run in like pure CCS. Oh, and the grenade. And the grenade. We did use Duran's action. Oh, that's okay. That's very funny to me. I enjoy that a lot. You got no eyes on with your sniper. That's worrisome. Now here's your question. And I think I know my answer already. Do you fall back and make the elite push you? You've got one here and like one over here. Ross Beef's position is readily flankable. And I think that tells me everything I need to know.
Heading there now.
Fall back. You can have a distortion field on Durand, so these two are safer. You also don't have, like, you didn't have any eyes on with your gunner or your sniper, which is deeply concerning. Like, that's an issue.
Position confirmed.
Hide your mech, like, next to this rock so line of sight is broken.
Defensive position here.
One for all,
Back
reload. You can hide someone in that pocket if you feel like it.
Moving to position.
Probably Watanabe.
Back in.
I am moving.
Zhang comes up.
It's killing time.
And you hunt her. And the elites will push you. You might take a bit of damage in the process, but I think that that's doable. I think that's about the best you can do. Because you're going to move up and flank yourself, because you're very brave.
Contacts are attempting to retreat.
And you're gonna shoot me from the open because you're very brave. Good job, Elite. Good job, Elite. We're all very proud of you. Alright. Sure. Sure, buddy. Whatever you want to do. Can I get a... First, take your hit and run while you're here. But then I actually want to know where the other one is before I commit to anything.
Incoming signal from battle scanner.
Oh. Ooh. So we didn't find our elite from the looks of it? Unless we did. No, none of this is active. They don't have health bars. And you're just gonna stand there and yell. But we did find... That looks like 2... What is that? They're like... That's 2 elites, 1 regular muton, and 1... Oh, that one's got a gun too. So that's like 2 elites, 2 regular mutons? Okay. That ain't terrible. That ain't too bad. Can I bring you... I don't really want to push it, though. That's my problem. Pushing this muton crests the hill and reveals a whole lot of tiles, including the interior of the UFO. And on any of these interior tiles, you could be encountering that ethereal, I think. I'm not sure that the ethereal is tied to the central room. It could be, and I hope it is. But I'm not going to bet on it. So we're going to take you out. Oh, I would love to capture you. But, as fate has it, you must die.
Kill confirmed.
So we're going to do that. You're going to hunker now. Is this worth a smoke? No, because you can hunker most of your people here. Why did I overwatch with you? Now I have to move.
Good to go.
What's on to be over. That's fine. Hunker. Let's just get a bunch of hunkers. You've still got an active elite out here. And I'm not looking forward to going toe-to-toe with it on Overwatch alone. That should be okay. Are you gonna move into me? No. That's fine. Yeah, don't get any closer. I am really astounded that you cannot see that muton, Grim. What's going on here? I don't get it. I don't understand why you can't see that muton. Additionally, we really have no idea where this other elite is. Like, I'm looking for it on tiles, and I'm not seeing it. It's not on scan.
Heading out.
See him? Ooh. Ooh, I don't see it. I have no clue where it is, actually. That's deeply concerning to me. Okay. Well, sure. Why not? Mystery muton.
Roger. Tracking.
Well, let's start shifting to deal with the new pod. And we'll burn that other bridge when we get to it.
Aye, Commander.
Pull SEMA back a little bit. Don't want them to get flanked out there. You can probably tuck Watanabe away here. That should be fine.
That's affirmative.
Zhang comes up.
Heading to that location.
Round the corner with a mech.
Defensive position here. I'm on it. Reloaded.
I suppose I do owe you that much. I'll cover you from here.
I'm covering that area.
Fine.
Affirmative.
Bring you up, get the distortion field in position, and then hover. As for Grim, it may be time to just put you up in the air, because your line of sight sucks. I think this hill here, this like heavy cover hill, is like really interfering with our line of sight. So, why not just go airborne? Why not come fly with us? There you go. Alright, that's the Ethro we're hearing. It's in the UFO, believe it or not. You know, where command pods usually hang out. Okay. Do we want to activate you? Kind of? Kind of, but not really.
Understood. Moving
I would
out.
much rather get Yelashio into a better position first.
I'm on the move.
Like, we're not spoiled for cover here,
I am going.
so let's take advantage of what we can.
I'll be watching. Got it covered.
Like, we're gonna clump up here. We're gonna bet that other Muton Elite isn't coming back. It's probably fled. Joined up with another pod, as they tend to do, when you wipe out all their buddies.
Eyes peeled.
Maybe
Commander.
that tile wanders just like a couple tiles towards us and activates and we get some Overwatch off. But otherwise...
If they cross my path, they die.
Roger that. Scanning. Reloaded.
Otherwise, hold out. See if you can get the gunner into position.
Here they come.
Close.
They're trying to
Almost.
flank us.
They got me flanked.
Nice shot. So now you've got 2 regular mutons, 3 active elites. Out and about. In a boat. Send Seema to scout forward. Huh. Well, that's not exactly what I was anticipating, but I guess I'll roll with it. They apparently don't feel like they have great cover available either.
Alright,
I can't blame them. Good. You can use your regular grenade here. If it was out of range, you could use the psi power, but no need yet. Get some damage on those targets. Get ready to chew them up. Not a great miss. You don't love to see it. You might be able to plasma pistol though and finish some of that off. Like so.
Kill confirmed.
One down. And as for you, buddy, we've gotta kill ya, because from that position you will definitely try and take the flank shot here. But if we do kill this elite, these not berserkers, these regular mutons aren't gonna be able to like come back and flank me reasonably, I don't think. And the sniper could pick them up. The sniper could pick them up. So let's go ahead, apply hollow here. A little bit of damage to help
Out
out.
of ammo here.
And hopefully Zhang just chews through this. As he does.
Dead and gone.
As he does, folks. Why worry about a thing when you got Zhang on your team? Let's take the big guaranteed crit here, just to be sure that one dies. This should be an easy cleanup. You can see him running all the way out there.
X-ray neutralized. I need ammo.
But there will be no mercy for mutons today. Good, good, good.
Moving.
You've got one elite on the run out here somewhere, but that may no longer be active.
On Overwatch.
I can't be sure. It may have joined up with another pod already.
On my way.
It's just quite
Roger.
simply
Got my eyes on.
impossible to tell.
Overwatch. Aye, aye.
I'm on the move.
If we don't activate anything else, that should be a fine position for the
Affirmative,
scout. It's a lot harder to flank, right? I mean, there could be something up on this hill, but who knows, really? Who knows?
Rolling out.
We could just run you all up to here.
10-4.
Call that good. You gotta be a little slow with Zhang in order to get the reloads in.
Just don't
But
send
that's
me into
fine.
any dark corners.
Solid copy.
Pop up, get a
We're green to
reload.
go.
Why did I switch your weapon? You already had the correct one equipped for the reload.
It's killing time.
There you go.
Let's begin. Reloaded.
Got it covered. You hear that?
No, I don't hear anything actually. I see the sound cue, and I appreciate it, but I don't actually know what you're listening to. Hi, buddy.
Enemy
Found that
units
muton. It's retreating. It's like, oh no, XCOM's still here? He's just walking out the door. He's like, is my DoorDash here yet? And here we are waiting.
Will do. Contact.
What? What are you doing here? Hello. Hi. Roof sectopod? Oh, that's cursed. Oh, that's actually terrible. I mean, not the worst time in the world to activate this thing. What does it got? Heat ammo, cluster bomb, and cannon fire are their usual abilities. Repair servo. Hit and run's a little nasty. Hit and run's a little bit nasty as a counter to our mech. But I think so long as the Marauder's not overly exposed, it should be okay. That's a little spooky, though. And Yalasho is just barely out of range. So your job is to take out the elite. Almost. Good progress. Your job, Grim. Hit the sectopod first, see what kind of damage you do. Not incredible. But then I think what I'm gonna have you follow up with is not actually hitting the sectopod, but taking out that drone to reduce its repair capabilities. We are not gonna be able to one-turn that sectopod, unfortunately. That was shockingly loud, I'm so sorry. Why did that... I have no idea why that drone just, like, exploded like that. Like, hissing sound. Ah, well. Ah, well, so it goes. You've got a hit and run here, don't you? I think you've still got a hit and run here. That's a dead elite. So I think you've got like one drone and the sectopod still hanging around. So run that overwatch so you can move up a suppressor.
On the move. Incoming fire.
Spooky. Very spooky. Not a huge fan, but, you know, we deal. I want to check... No, that tile's not going to work anymore.
Got it covered.
That's unfortunate, but you're going to have to suppress from half cover and just hope.
Copy that.
Hey, this is why we take, Come on, brain, you can do it. Extra conditioning was the decision we made, and that's why. That's why we did that. Not anticipating a ton of damage from this shot, but let's make sure we get him on hit and run anyhow. Is that even worth it? It's always worth it. It's a free shot.
Adjusting aim. Okay.
The thing is engaged now.
Moving out.
Keep the Marauder in the distortion field, but I think you can come forward. Start hitting it.
You know more about this than I do.
Mind merge you. It's probably going to fire back at Raw Beef. Mind Merge will provide a little bit of extra DR for that inevitability. And then, who really knows at that point, really? I really want to move you up to here. I don't know that that'll... I can't guarantee that this move doesn't activate, and an activation at this point is illegal. So don't do it. Don't take the chance.
Affirmative.
Just put Zhang forward a little bit. Zhang could use a reload anyhow.
Reloading.
It's a little slow, but it'll be okay. Hello, little drone. Good job. Proud of you. Yeah, here it comes. I feel like my heart, like, tense up whenever it does that. Here it goes again. Still suppressed. Yeah, that I wasn't expecting to hit. Self-repair. That's why we took down those drones earlier. No range on Eulatio. Grim just needs to reload.
Reloaded.
Does it even die this turn? I don't know. I sure hope so. But just in case it doesn't. No, it definitely... I don't think it does. I don't think it does. But who can really be sure? I mean, if we're gonna focus on the drone, yeah, we can't kill it this turn with what we have on target. Try and take out that drone with your shotguns. Save that hit and run. No. No, actually. Pull your pistol. You've got a plasma pistol. That can probably finish the job.
Dead and gone. Out of rounds.
You're down to 1 sectopod. It's a piece of work, but I think we can work through it. Dump ammo into the thing.
Damn it, missed the target.
You're gonna get a dense smoke out here to help protect everybody. There's no way that thing's gonna hit us now. Get your suppression going. Cancel that launch.
Could use some ammo.
Maybe it should die next turn. It should. In all likelihood.
Moving to position.
Yeah, you're in range now. With the gunner in range and the sniper back online, it's definitely dead here.
Reloaded.
So no need to do anything crazy. In fact, I'm not even gonna move Zhang up because I'm still worried this position could activate something inside the UFO. You're just gonna get a mine merge out just in case it does manage to hit it. And so it goes. It's angry. It's very mad. Silly guy. He's like, I'm on the high ground though, why can't I hit them? Why can't I hit the XCOM? Silly sectopod. Alright. Our cover got deleted at some point, but that's okay. It dies now. And that's all contact down. Thank you. Very good.
I am moving.
Bring y'all forward. What do I want to do with Grim? Grim's gonna end up being super far back at this rate. It's not really ideal. You can probably land Grim and start moving along the ground to catch up. That'll probably be fine. So, can we land you here?
Touching down.
Yeah.
That's affirmative.
Get you moving.
Resupply complete.
I'll shoot
We're
anything
green
that
to go.
moves.
Reloaded.
Scanning. Is killing time. Roger that. Scanning.
Supposedly still meld over here. I guess it might be worth taking a peek.
I'm on it, Commander.
I'm not really comfortable moving in yet. How many aliens have we taken out? Because this was a 15 alien mission. There were 4 in this pod, so that leaves 11 to deal with. The initial pod was 5, so that's 9 dead. Oh gosh, are there really only 3 enemies left? Probably the Ethereal and like 2 heavy floater escorts, right? Oh, never mind. We don't need to be nearly as careful then. Thank you, Hyperwave Relay. Very cool. I love Intel. Intel's great.
Alien canister located.
So what are the odds that we get this meld? Pretty low, I'd say. We kind of spent a lot of time being careful and stuff. I don't even know where it is. I don't know. In that case, if that's gonna be the final pod,
Solid copy.
shift Grim to here, because you're gonna access that final room from in here. This is the door. So we're gonna get like sniper cover to here.
Position confirmed.
Start shuffling Eulashio over that
Reloaded.
way. And more or less,
I'm all
I think I'm gonna send the Marauder out. Well, honestly, seems faster. Seems
Got
like
it covered.
way faster. So send Seam out to go try and grab the meld.
headed there now.
You know more about this than I do.
Then everybody else
affirmative.
can start moving on the UFO. Just kind of shuffle into their positions so that we're ready to go when they get back.
Roger. I've got my
Or when
eyes
the
on.
meld dies.
Round
You
they
know,
die. Got my
I'm
eyes
looking
on
towards them.
whatever happens first.
Did you hear that?
Not dead yet, though. I hear it. It's got another turn on it, probably, but where? Found it.
Affirmative.
Eyes on. Hello, Meld. Cool. We should get that. Unless it decides to die
Solid
anyhow.
copy.
If
It sounds
the
like it
aliens have
should.
reserved this cloaking technology specifically to hide this ship, we can only assume it is carrying something extremely valuable.
Or very dangerous.
Both very true. But thank you for interrupting me.
You're the boss.
On my way. Heading there now.
Not too interested in pushing in and accidentally activating, so we're probably going to leave everybody along this wall
got my
until the
eyes
crew
on it.
gets back. Start bringing the Marauder back around.
Heading out. I'm on it.
I'll be watching.
Goodness. All that and we still managed to get the meld.
Got the goods.
10, too. That ain't too shabby. Not too bad at all, I would say. Pull your shotgun, and we'll reload you later when we get the
Target
chance.
confirmed. On our way.
Hello, Eulashio. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Oh, you've arrived at a good time. Yes, 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 yes. It's Rat Ashley. Ratchley? I'm not really sure how you'd pronounce that. I've become obsessed with her. In case you can't tell, we have great plans to discuss regarding Rat Ashley. Doing all right? How about you? I'm doing really well, actually. You know, the weekend was a little bit of a roller coaster, but I think I came out of it in pretty good shape, so I'm quite happy with it. Just a few here
Covering
until
now.
Cena catches up.
I field, Commander.
I've been meaning to send a Rat Ashley. I can't pronounce it. I can't pronounce Ratchley. So I'm just gonna say Rat Ashley in the Discord for a while, but I forgot. Oh, that's okay. Grim has had you covered. Grim has been DMing me Rat Ashley memes since Rat Ashley became a thing, and it's been great. I've loved it.
Solid copy,
Shift
Commander.
Eulashio up here. Oh, here you are, Eulashio. You're leading a very important mission for us. So to brief you on what's going on, you know how we've been hunting the Overseer for a really long time? We finally got it. We managed to shoot the damn thing down over Japan's skies, and I'm very pleased. So we're actually looking, I think the only pod left is the command pod, which we're expecting to be an ethereal and maybe some heavy floater bodyguards.
If I see anything, I'm shooting it.
That's a good idea, Durand.
On the move.
It's like, besides Durand, this is a full Master Sergeant squad, and they have just been cleaning house. It's been really, really good.
What was that?
But yes, story time. We've got a lot of stories to tell, actually. So much. We got stories, we've got dreams, we've got great plans, and great expectations. So, we've got content for you, for sure, for sure. Oh, and me kneeing my desk. I've ended up, and I hope it sounds okay. You can let me know. It probably doesn't sound super different, the audio, but I've, like, shifted around my desk arrangement, to, like, eke out a little bit better quality. So, like, the mic's a little closer, the pop filter's properly oriented for once. I think that it's better. It's closer to what I use for recording voice acting stuff. So, sounds good? Good. But I'm having to get, like, used to it. So I keep bumping into things today, is the only downside. But we ended up getting a lot done this weekend, so I guess story time is first, as I slowly shuffle people into position here.
Rolling.
Because you need a reload, which will delay you. And I think I'm gonna shift some other people over to here, just be ready. That makes sense to me. Because I think the ethereal is just in the middle room, like back here with the device. I think it's tied to that location.
I'm going.
It doesn't seem to be moving around or anything. So I think we can close in.
Time to motor.
So where to begin? So, I don't know. Like, this weekend was just a bit of an emotional experience. I don't need to dive too deep into the weeds on that, you know? Not that it's super private, honestly, just there's not a whole lot to say. Yes, Breeze, this is the actual Overseer mission. This is the real Overseer mission. You can see the device in here. Right in here. Sorry if I wasn't more clear about that earlier. My bad. But this is the real Overseer mission.
Orders confirmed. On the
Move
move.
you up a little. Can we get a better angle for the sniper? Probably unnecessary. Grim probably comes in close with the squad, because we should be able to open the door and breach that way. Maybe. Such is the dream. Underseer now? Yeah, it's about to be. We're about to put it, like... What is the standard depth for graves? 7 feet? Is that the saying? 7 feet under? 6 feet under, maybe? 6 feet under sounds about right. I've just forgotten saying. It's no longer stored in my brain.
Affirmative.
Oh no.
Moving out.
But a very important mission. Very, very important. 6 feet under, yeah, good. I was close. I mean, it was in there somewhere, I just wasn't totally sure. So... Don't round that corner. Rounding that corner could be problematic if the door's open already. Which it doesn't... It's closed. But I'm still scared. So give it one more turn.
I'm watching for
Watching for activity. Right that. Scanning.
Overwatch confirmed.
just disconnected and reconnected from the chat room. I'm going to make sure... I'm gonna make sure that I've still got a good connection. One sec. That was just on my phone, which sometimes does that, but I'm gonna double check to make sure I don't lose y'all. That looks okay. Did we die? Oh gosh, I sure hope we didn't die horribly. That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Stream looking alright? Good, good. I get so nervous, you know? It's just... It doesn't, like, yell at me and, like, set off alarm bells when the stream, like, screws up. I just kind of have to look over and notice it. So it's just like, oh no, is it happening? Has it all gone wrong? I'm not sure. I think we're ready. I love how they've got, like, the little, like... images of the ethereal up in this. Like, purely decorative. It's like some of the only decoration we see during the XCOM 1 invasion. Like alien decor. Everything else is very functional from the looks of it. Definitely a big difference from XCOM 2, actually, come to think of it. But anyhow, I ended up dealing with this weekend. I mean, just kind of a lot of emotional stuff, frankly. Like, nothing happened, per se. But I'll admit it got off to a rough start. Not to be a Debbie Downer, because this story ends well, I promise. But the weekend started off a little like, oh... you know, woe is me kind of deal, you know? So it goes, right?
Roger, Dodger.
Ended up having to process a lot of stuff that's been happening. I'm not gonna rehash it all here, but, you know, it wasn't a fun start. Saturday kind of sucked. The beginning of Sunday kind of sucked. I ended up having like a cycle of dreams that was like really, you know, real is the term I'll use, and that wasn't cool. I wasn't a big fan of that. But then, Sunday evening, it all really turned around.
Position confirmed.
I ended up getting a message from a friend of mine. What should we call her? C? Do we have a letter C yet? In the Scarlet stream of hers? The Scarlet lore? Whatever we call it. I don't think we have a letter C just yet. We'll hope. We'll hope.
I hear you.
4? Yeah, 4. We'll go with 4. So, the sponsor of Sunday was the number 4. Because...
moving to designated position.
You know, she and I are... I mean... we're good friends, right? We hadn't really been talking a whole lot in a while, but, you know, she was kind enough to just send me a Happy Easter message. And I'll be honest, and this was like late in the evening, like 5, 6 p.m. that I saw this, that she sent it. I did not know it was Easter. It kind of snuck up on me. I don't know, it just didn't feel like it was. So like I wasn't celebrating or anything, but it was nice to get that message, and that it was Easter. I was like, oh gosh, you know, if it's Easter, I should, you know, I should call some of the good members of my family and wish them a happy Easter and check in. It's been a while since I'd done that. And so I spent a couple hours like calling my 2 grandmothers, maternal and paternal, right? Because they're cool. And by the end of it, I was just cheered up so much. Like, talking to them, like, it just righted my whole mood. It was kind of a surprise. And then it just kept getting better. I got to talk to more people. The boy is home. Kit is back. Kit got back last night. I'm very happy about that.
Heading to that location.
And he was such a darling this morning. He went out to Bob Evans, which for our European audience is a chain restaurant here, which basically serves like Midwestern food. It's like casual dining, basically. Think like pancakes and like gravy, and you've got about the right idea. I love that place. I used to work there. That's where I worked as a dishwasher, actually. But I still like love their food. Your boy wife. yeah, he kind of had a bit of a boy wife moment, if that's okay for me to say. He went out to Bob Evans in the morning with his girlfriend, and asked, and I was asleep at the time, if I wanted to go and have breakfast. But I was asleep, naturally, because it was like 6 a.m. when they went out, because he's like jet-lagged and used to like out-of-country time. It was like a 12-hour time difference where he was. No, he's bi. He's bi, Elasio. A big improvement. How do I want to breach this room? I'm not going to breach this room until story time's done, actually. Stand by. Story time shouldn't take too much longer if I focus. Yeah, he's I mean, he's a streamer too. I'm sure this is disclosed if I say he's bi and currently like poly, like experimenting with that. So he and one of his girlfriends went out to Bob Evans, and he was so sweet. He brought me back like my favorite food from there. It's just biscuits and gravy. It's not that complicated, but he knows that I love it. Like, I really, really love, I kid you not, just biscuits and gravy. And he brought it back for me, and he like put it out on the table for when I got up and messaged me. I was like, yeah, we got you biscuits and gravy, and that's what I had for breakfast today. And gosh, it made me so unreasonably happy, and it still does, if you can't tell. It was so sweet. I ended up also last night not really reconnecting, but there's one of my best friends that I, over the past few months, regrettably have not talked to a whole lot. I got to talk to her a whole bunch too, and we swapped writing. She's an English major. We swapped writing and like reviewed each other's work. Well, I still need to review her work, actually. I'm doing that after stream. Can hear the happiness noises. Good. I couldn't help it. I'm very easy. What can I say? Give me some biscuits and gravy, and I'm happy. So I got to reconnect with her, and that was great. I didn't get to talk very much with the vague and mysterious friend, but, you know, we did catch up a little. I mean, catch up. We've been talking constantly. That's misleading as a phrase to use. But we got to talk a little bit, and just my mood was elevated. I was productive. I got what I needed to do done in the evening. We've decided. I've discovered that there's a Starbucks location that's super accessible for me. It's like right on a bus route that goes by my place, and they pay so much more than any of the other places I've been trying to work. It would actually be like, if I could work there, even starting at like the bottom of their pay bracket, which I doubt I would because I have like prior restaurant experience, like, that would just solve the whole financial thing if that happens. So, just Sunday, everything seemed to come together. And a lot of the stress that I was under has melted away. I feel like I'm back in the driver's seat, right? It's getting back under control, you know, in charge of my own life. It's a nice feeling. It's a really nice feeling.
I'm on my way.
So, yeah, I mean, that's maybe a lot. I hope that's not too much to share. I know, frankly, on this stream, I just don't have very many boundaries regarding talking about my personal life. I'm very happy to share. But yeah, that's just kind of what happened. The weekend was kind of a roller coaster, but I came out of it, like, way better than I went in. So, I'm pleased. I'm quite pleased. I ended up... I can't go into details. This is the one other thing that I did this weekend. I can't go into details because they are a viewer, and, you know, and also just, I don't want to broadcast this before the conversation is had, but I also managed to finally, like, get into my head, like, how I want to handle a situation with a certain somebody who I'm sure you can guess.
Eyes on the prize.
You know, just kind of had some time to, like, actually work through that in my head and figure out, like, yeah, this is probably how I should approach this in a safe, healthy, respectful manner, you know, take care of that. And that felt good, too. Like, it's just all been so nice.
Moving to position.
I think we're about ready to breach here. So we'll take a break from me rambling to actually play some XCOM. How about that?
On Overwatch.
I'll shoot anything that
Come
moves.
get some. Scanning.
Get steady.
Shh. You hear that?
Yeah, we'll do this. We'll probably wrap up the mission, and then... I don't know, I'll probably find something else to rant about. I'm not sure. Maybe dreams. Maybe that'll be next.
Commander, that device, it seems to be of great importance to them. Retrieving it for further study should be our highest priority.
You're absolutely right, Dr. Valen. It would appear that they have been pondering their orb on this craft the entire time. And I want that orb for myself. It needs pondering, let me tell you. So, in the interest of pondering our orb, I want to go ahead and do a little bit of murder. We want to be careful. I'm not sure if we can... I'm pretty sure the device is indestructible. But I don't want to test that theory if I can help it.
I hope you thought this through.
Yes, the dream review. We'll probably do that when the mission's over. I've got some really good dreams for you, Elasio. Blow it up. Imagine we've gone through all of this to take down the Overseer, and we just blew up the device. That would be terrible. We're gonna remove this one's cover. That should make an easy kill to secure with the sniper. Like so. There's some opportunities perhaps to go for a capture. But first, I would quite like to apply some hollow targeting. It would make for a silly stream moment, though. Yeah, it would be a great clip. Not so good for the health of the campaign, but it would be a really good clip.
On the move.
Bring the Marauder in. This is why we brought the Marauder, is for close-range combat just like this. And slap that thing around, please.
Engaging close quarters target.
Ooh, it lives. At health like that, maybe we can make that the capture attempt. Yelashio, you can burn this thing down rather easily, as it turns out. And we got tons of resources still available. I think that we could go for a capture here.
Solid copy.
Bring you in. You've got a ballistic pistol. And hit and run. It's got damage resistance. Can you get through the DR? Because we've got security, right? Yeah, we got Zhang. Zhang can definitely finish the job if all else fails. Try again. That is much better. Perfect. Hey, buddy. Hi, do you want to come home with me? It would be kind of quirky if you did.
Hope this works.
I like your robe. Oh.
Target
I may
is
have
not
come on a
disabled.
little too strong. I like your robe? Come on. There's no... that's not, like, charming at all. Ah. Kicking myself for that. No riz at all, I tell ya. You're gonna explode, aren't you? It's okay. Not hard enough to actually hurt anybody.
Excellent work. All objectives complete.
Alrighty. I just kind of forgot that they explode when they die. I may have gotten a little close there, but it worked out. Folks, that is Operation Demon Savior. That is a crashed overseer in Japan. 15 aliens killed, 0 XCOM operatives lost, not a single injury among the entire squad. Almost no points of damage either, except for a little shenanigan there at the end. This is big. This is a big mission. It has been, you know, we begun the end some time ago, but the clock is on. The clock is on. With this, it is a matter of maybe a month or so before we can end this campaign. It's not far off. No negative Riz. Yeah. And speaking of Riz and roller coaster things happening last week. Oh, do tell, Yelashio, do tell. But yeah, I'm about as Rizless as it gets. Is my opinion on the matter. I don't know. I'm okay with the words and the back. Never mind. I'm gonna shut up.
Recovered from a cloaked ship and guarded by the most powerful being we've ever encountered. What do you think it is?
An object of immense power. Think of all we could do if we unlocked its secrets.
A dangerous sentiment, Doctor.
Valen really do have that mad scientist energy.
Sir, I'm picking something up.
Another cloaked ship?
No, sir. It's big.
Tell me that was a coincidence.
Wish I could, sir. That seismic event originated directly beneath our new contact.
Nothing we have would even make a dent in that thing. If you two have any more bright ideas, now's the time.
Well, good luck to us. Oh boy. Oh, I'm gonna catch up on the chat now. Sorry, I had to be so quiet for the cutscene. First, my campaign won't end even after I did this mission. I needed like 2 months because I did not have the power to build the Golem chamber. Oof. I feel that, Breeze. I feel that. I made sure at least to check what we needed a little bit ago, so I think I've got pre-built power. I'm hoping that I've got enough. And then Yolasio, I was very interested. You started talking to a couple new people and found a cool guy with some similar interests. Ooh. Oh, but it went bad, though. I'm sorry. I hope you got to have some fun, though, at least. We lost a handful of frames, but no buffering or audio issues, just stolen frames. That's very... It's just the aliens, don't worry about it. They do that. And welcome back, Skeleton. Welcome, welcome. I hope that your, activity went well. I want to say flirtations, but I don't want to presume. That's just what it sounded like, what you described when you left. Goodness, it seems that everybody's got somebody this time of year, huh? That's what it's sounding like. Ah, I see, I see. Well, good for you. Ah, it was not fun. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yolasio. Oh no. Well, you're welcome to rant about it here if you want. We are here for the support. Yeah, I guess it's spring, isn't it? Oh gosh, it's spring. That's wild. Anyhow. Anyhow, I'm shaking all these thoughts out of my head. Oh god. No, we can't stay on this subject. My brain is rotted all the way through. Will do, because it was bullshit. I'm so mad about it. Yeah. Okay, I'm here for this. You know, I'm not changing the subject away from that, to be clear. I'm just like trying to like not overindulge my own personal brain rot at the moment, you know? Not not necessarily that far, Skeleton, but that is where the path leads if I keep thinking about it, and I can't do that live. I need to keep streaming. Look, we've just captured an orb. I should be focusing on the orb, not girl. Orb is way more important than girl. Does someone need a ride to Horny Jail? No, officer, no. No, definitely not. Not at all. Just hard at work streaming here, just pondering my orb. Any orbers in chat? Scarlet thoughts on romance mod for XCOM? The XCOM romance mod? Isn't that just XCOM 2? Hold on, isn't that just XCOM 2 though? We need to play that sometime. Oh, it's a good game. Okay, well, we have a new objective. We have progressed. We need to research the ethereal device. We need to get a volunteer ready. And then we need to use the ethereal device to make a volunteer. That's it. Pretty easy. Yeah, hard at work streaming. Listen, I need to... Hey, Zach. How are you all so clever and I'm so stupid? How do I constantly walk myself into these easy linguistic traps? These easy rhetorical baits? I don't know. I don't know how I do it. That was a good mission. New research available. Good salvage. Some cash. And we got the ethical device. That's the most important thing. Oh, a YouTube video? I'm gonna watch that. We're also broke. We're about to have to fix that so that we can immediately go broke again. But first... I need to watch Yolashio's little video. You see, you're right, Skeleton. But why am I always distracted by that? Like, constantly. Is that just my default state? Here, let me pull this up. Mute that tab. That's an advertisement. I was about to say interesting video, but no, that's an advertisement. Depth that Scarlet was about to say take a cold shower. Stupid, no. Easy to tease, probably. Yeah. What is this? It's a picture of a cat. It's rather blurry. Here, let me bring this up. We're gonna be distracted from XCOM for just a moment. Not a gamer? Well, I wouldn't necessarily go so far as to use that title for them. Nothing's happened. It's complicated, you know. Full respect to them, and not to get overexcited about anything. It's complicated, but also plays Sims. So that's about their extent of being a gamer. You know? That's about the full extent there. Gosh, I hope it's not weird that I talk about them here. I try to stay vague and respect privacy. My brain's just rotted. That's really all it amounts to. Here, I'm gonna bring us on over to the desktop. We're gonna watch these videos. Very professionally. So what is this? It's muted. I'm so dumb. Simple, but a strong execution. I'd rate it an 8 out of 10. And here, I'm just gonna come on over with me to the mod view real quick. You had this one too. Mute it for the inevitable ad. No, there's no ad.
This PlayStation 2 Easter egg. Remember those animated save file icons? Well, it turns out that for some PS2 games, if you try to delete the save file, the animation will actually change. And it also changes again if you try to copy that save file. Out of nearly 4,000 total PS2 games, this only works with just a few of them. I bet you never knew about this PlayStation.
Nifty. Today I learned. Today I most certainly learned, yes indeed. Well, thank you, Yolashio. You can hear the click at the beginning too. Huh. Thank you, PS2. Very cool. I used to have a PS2. Yes, best console, yes. I had a good time with it. I think we've talked about a few times here. I used to play... Like, I didn't necessarily grow up with it, but eventually we found one. I think it may have been a hand-me-down from a neighbor or something. And we ended up, we being not just me. I know I use we to refer to myself a lot, and I'm sure that's confusing. But we, in this case, also refers to my sister, who liked to watch me play games. You and the voices. Was the PS2 the last console before they forced you to download games? I think it was, yes, because my neighbors had a PlayStation 3, and they had to download their games. So I don't know that definitively, but I know that for the PS2, we just had like the cartridges or the discs. They were discs, I think, not cartridges. My memory's foggy. Clearly, it doesn't actually work any feature of my brain. But I have fond memories of playing through the original Call of Duty trilogy on the PS2. That was a nice time. Discs and cartridge, like memory cards? You're so right. You're so right, Eulashio. How did you get to be so smart? Goodness gracious. Wasn't there something else I was gonna talk about? Oh my gosh, I'm so scatterbrained. So much is happening. I eat all my veggies. I see. That's what you got over on me. That's a lie. I eat my vegetables. I do. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we were about to make a whole bunch of money so that we can go broke immediately.
We're coming down to the wire here. Now that we've backed the aliens into a corner, I think we'll see what they're really made of. Personally, I expect nothing short of pure desperation in their resistance. They've invested too much to go down without a fight.
That's very true, Dr. Shen. This is the true endgame. Our base is almost complete. We have budgeted the power. We need to begin... I can't build it yet. I'm so stupid. I didn't just make that mistake. We need to research it first.
I appreciate your efforts to support the research team, Commander. I've already put the new recruits to work in the lab.
I eat my vegetables, ask what she ate today, just some oatmeal and coffee. Listen, you don't have to call me out like that. Yeah, Mitsu's skeleton. Honestly, especially here the past month, I've been very... Nobody's been around to make me eat anything but my safe foods. And so my diet has been very monolithic. I've integrated, I put some work in. I've integrated some vegetables into my evening meals, my dinner and stuff. So I can add some stuff to my pasta and like put some toppings with the P, very different word there. Onto my burgers and stuff. Unsupervised Scarlet. It has been. But like, I eat vegetables when they're in front of me. That was the point I was trying to make. Do I cook with them all the time? I'm working on it. I'd rather have game disks than have to maintain hard drive space for another system and deal with forced updates. Same here, Zach. Same here. I really miss the days where I could just put a disk in my computer and just play a game. I miss that. Why you keep calling yourself stupid? You see, the natural response for me would be to say, because I am. But I think that the truth is, it's... I don't know. Because I often feel foolish. I often feel foolish, and not always in a negative way, just generally speaking. Scarlet has a limited amount of words to describe stuff. Lots of words in her brain. Descriptive ones, not too many. Well, I don't know. I definitely have some phrases I tend to return to quite readily. Namely, sorry, and I'm so stupid. Those phrases in particular, classics. Some of my favorite things to say. It is time. We could do a UFO analysis on this? That's very funny. But we're not going to do that right now. This device we recovered from the ethereal craft may be the final piece of the puzzle, the key to their psionic connection, and to the ultimate source of their power. With a better understanding of this technology, I believe we'll be on the brink of finding the source of this invasion. This is alien command and control. This is the final tech we need to research, I believe, to beat the game. 100 Illyrium is pretty expensive, but we've got it. Let's get to work.
I accept the fact that there could be risks involved in studying this new alien device, but the enemy leaves us with no other choice.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Valen. We all know that you'd study the device whether the aliens were, invading us or not. None of that makes you stupid. Shouldn't keep saying that about yourself. Aww. That's very sweet of you to say, Zach. Thank you. Does she have any kind of romantic feelings for someone? Oh, I think they're cool. Everything good is just varying degrees of cool in her Yelashio, you've really got my number right now. You all do. Aw, Zach, I do appreciate that. I should say, you know, if it's any help, I usually don't genuinely think that. You know, I think I've got a decent opinion of myself. Mostly. I think I do okay on that front. But thank you, I really appreciate it. Whether you were trying to be sweet or not, it's a really kind thing for you to say. I really do appreciate it. So in 9 days, we're gonna go broke again, but I don't actually need to do that whole process just yet. Yeah, otherwise, I think I can just spin the geoscape. Don't mind the giant alien death ship over here. It's not a problem, and you shouldn't pay any attention to it. Good job, Kim. Good job, Kim. I'm so proud. Can we get Geronimo in here? Maybe a psi inspiration? Maybe Collar, too. Probably a distortion field. Sure. We should make a kit unit here? Oh, maybe we should. Maybe we should make a kit. That's a good idea. Maybe we do that for the next mission.
Detected.
Maybe we do that for the next mission. What's a kit unit? Kit is my roommate and fellow streamer. Sometimes, rarely. Hasn't streamed in a long time, actually.
Approaching target now.
But good job. Speaking of the next mission, no, I keep forgetting that. Oh, don't worry. Rather large scout here. That's a little spooky. That's not the end of the world, I suppose. No, not at all. No, not the end of the world at all. Maybe we make a kit. What would kit be, do we think, though? What do we think kit would be? I know what kit would be. Kit would be a scout. I think kit would be... Or, ooh, no, maybe an engineer? Where would we place kit in the Scarlet coolness spectrum? We need to measure this. You'd say medic. Ooh. Maybe. Where is kit in the coolness spectrum? Well, I think this is misleading. Because the coolness spectrum, I mean, you know, we use it for everything that's good. So, like, I guess Kit does actually fit in. I just want to add the disclaimer that I am... I am not attracted to kids. I'm not into guys. I feel the need to say that, because usually when I call someone cool, we've already discussed today what that often means. I'd say Kit's pretty cool. You know, he does well for himself on the coolness spectrum. Upper half, for sure. Upper half. But a medic. I think I'm thinking engineer because his whole deal right now, brand-wise, is he's Kit Tinkerton. He's like a steampunk theme going. That could be cool. So, if we have an engineer somewhere, maybe who's not Desta. Not Kelso, though. I will not curse. I will not curse Kit with having to play Kelso. Maybe Kruger. There we go. And for a nickname... Boy. There we go. And there we go. That's Kit. This is how I see Kit. Just like this. An accurate depiction, I would say. Alrighty. Well, let's start throwing together a squad. Love interests have to be at least 2 units of Kit in the Scarlet Coolness scale. Do they? Is that a good evaluation? Is that how we measure it? Yeah, I agree. They've got to be at least twice as cool as Kit. You're right. You're right, that is the bar. Now, whether that's a high bar or a low bar, I'll leave that up to your interpretation. Let's see, you want the arc thrower. Let's see. Gosh, I'm mean sometimes, aren't I? Why am I so mean? I don't know. I don't mean to be. It's not my intention. It just kinda happens. Don't send Kim. Reserve your Master Sergeants. It is a crashed small. Sizable crew on this crashed small, mind you, but it is a crashed small. Are you sending a sniper? Now here's an interesting question for us, actually. We currently have 3 of our 4 Master Sergeant snipers available, which is good. And this sniper roster generally does okay for itself. Do I need them, though, or should I send Electo? Electo's just kind of here. Electo's not going to really ever get the chance to shine in this campaign. They're too late to be a volunteer candidate. They're not really high enough rank to be one of our top tier snipers. But it could save us some fatigue trouble. Like, we sent kind of an off squad for this one. Sure, actually. I think that's what we'll do. We'll just send like an off squad. Olsen. You can send the Goliath along, and that's probably your team. Off squad except for Sobolev, right? because Sobolev, I want to get another Master Sergeant Medic, and Sobolev is very close. In fact, Sobolev is so close. Is that worth using a cognitive enhancer for? You need 240 more experience. I don't think you're gonna get that off this mission, even with the enhancer. I think you just go Ken. I think that'll be okay. I think that'll be just fine by me. We were going to talk about dreams, weren't we? I kind of promised that we were going to do that after the last mission, right? Is that something we're still interested in? Because I'd be happy to. Especially, like, as we, like, start the mission and stuff. What do you want? What do you want? What are you doing here? I'm lost and confused. Alloy plating. Alloy plating and what else? What do I give? Targeting module? I don't know. I don't know. We'll come back to that. Let's see. Tariq, you want a neuroregulator. You want your alloy cannon. Plasma pistol, targeting module, motion tracker. Yep, okay. Then we'll go ahead and talk about, we'll talk about dreams here in a second. Scope. Alloy plating. You should be fine. We don't have an infantry, so tell you what, you've got a shotgun. You can take the other targeting module. There's some Seraph on here. So, where should I start dream-wise? Honestly, the best dream that I've got queued up for us is the one I just had last night. It was insane. It was so good. It was like scary, but like deep. Like one of those dreams that could have been like a whole TV show unto itself. I was a really big fan. So I think that's where we'll start. I think we've got a few others, but that's like the main event. So I think that's what we should open up with. As I put the final touches on our squad here. Why am I giving you this? No, take these. You're not that kind of mech. Battle computer and scope. Then you just got Olsen. Then we'll launch the mission, and then I think when we arrive, we'll start the dream. That looks good. So if anybody wants a member of this squad named after them, now's your opportunity. Like we just did with Kit. You know, you can be picky. I think the only thing we leave alone is the already customized soldiers. So if anybody's interested in that, I'm going to... I'm almost out of water. Oh goodness. Tell you what, it'll take me just a minute. I'm gonna leave you here on the squad screen. I'm gonna go actually refill my water. And then we'll come back. If we have any soldier requests, we'll do those. And then we'll launch the mission and talk about the dream. So I will be like right back. Like this will not take long. See, I told you that wouldn't take me very long. I wouldn't leave y'all here unattended. Who knows what kind of trouble you could get into. Goodness gracious. I'm not seeing any soldier requests, so I think the squad looks okay. Everybody's got armor. Everybody's got guns. Everybody's got utility. I don't see any reason not to hit this button, so let's go.
Touching down.
France is sending an urgent mission request. It looks like we got lucky. The alien crash site is in a remote area, away from any major city centers. We should get down there and secure the site ASAP.
My mind just jumped through so many, like, individual points. Like, to get to me now wanting to talk about a magic deck that I built once. Folks, this is going to be Operation Crystal Hero. This is a crashed small UFO in France. A bit of a larger mission for a crash small. There's like 14 aliens here. We're expecting a cyber disk. And that's like probably the nastiest thing we're planning on encountering. We gotta have an off-pick squad, so we can't go super hard, but it'll be okay. It'll be fine. We know this map. We can patrol this map in the outside of the UFO, find some meld maybe get in some fights. Pretty traditional approach here, I'm hoping. So, let's just get in there and see what our start position is, and then I guess I've got some stuff to talk about, don't I? Pardon me. Pardon me. Tell us about it? Okay. It's pretty quick. What had happened, in my mind, to get me to this point?
Come in, HQ. Big Sky has reached the outer marker. Approaching the crash site now. Strike team is awaiting your orders.
Affirmative, Big Sky. Strike 1 is free to engage hostile targets at the crash site.
Cute starting position. Kind of funny. We'll talk about it in a moment. I saw that this was the farm map. And I wanted to say, oh, it's Farmville. And then my brain jumped to, oh yeah, wasn't there that game that inspired you to make that magic deck, the zombie farming game. And then that of course naturally led to I should talk about my zombie farm deck that I made, because that's totally on topic and did not take many leaps of not even logic, just like subject to get to. This is just how the brain goes. That's how my brain works too. Good. I'm glad I don't sound too crazy. XCOM air support update? Like, why can't those planes just drop them off or carry some bombs? I think the idea is we want the salvage. We don't want to like bomb like the UFO because we wouldn't get anything from it. But I would like the option to just say, I don't want to do the mission. Nuke the site. Like you've got in Xenonauts, where you can just choose like to shoot crashdowns and get like a cash bounty from them. Or even in other missions. I mean, I think there's reasonably always a good reason why we wouldn't have air support. Even just like coordinating air support like across the globe on a moment's notice. I could understand. I get it. Cool as it would be. So hard to keep track of mind branches, yeah. Sometimes I even have to mentally backtrack to try and understand how I even arrived at some topics in my mind. Yeah, I mean, we can talk to ourselves. That doesn't make us crazy or anything, right? I talk to myself all the time. I'm a great conversation partner. Um, hmm. So, it's not even like a full story, really. I mean, it kind of could be turned into one. Um, I think we've talked about how I used to play a lot of Magic the Gathering, which for those who don't know is like at this point it's a bit older, but you know, it's still getting new content all the time. It's a card game, right? Um, if you know like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh, it's kind of like that but different. Um, it it's good. It was better. I don't really play it anymore for reasons that I am not going to crack open right now. I don't like how it's been monetized here in the past few years. It hasn't held my attention. But I used to play it a lot with my family, which is also another reason I don't play it anymore. um, oof. But when I was really into it, I would just recreationally just make new decks. Not even all the time for me. I didn't have a very large collection, but my family did because they'd been playing for a pretty long time. Like my father had been playing like since it was new, just about when like Magic first came out. So they had like a huge collection of cards, like a whole closet dedicated to it. So I would make decks for people. I was considered in our group to be. I mean, this is overplayed for sure. To be kind of a prodigy at it. Not because I was necessarily super young, but because I picked it up instantly. I think I first started playing when I was 16 or 17, maybe. And, like, my first game, I beat my father, who was very good and, you know, has played tournament and stuff. And, like, builds amazing decks and plays decks really, really well. And I managed to beat him in my very first game, and he was not holding back. He's not that sort of person to hold back, so I picked up the game incredibly quickly. And the deck building really entertained me. So one might have been a summer, might have been a winter break sometime maybe in college. I was staying at my family's home, and they went out for a family vacation that I was not interested in attending. Like, I was invited, but I think it was like maybe a camping trip or something, and I was like, I don't want to go. Not interested. Sorry. So I stayed home, and I got permission before they left. I said, I want to make, because I was still on good terms with her at the time, I wanted to make my stepmother a magic deck. And she was really enthralled with the idea because she knew that my decks were good. And so I got permission to use their collection of loose cards to go through them and build a deck. And I created a monstrosity that up until recently, for years in our playgroup, went undefeated. For years, undefeated. Won multiple tournaments within our playgroup, which is pretty large. It's not just like the family. You know, it's a couple dozen people. I mean, in total. Not to play it up too much, but I've got a little bit of an ego about it, if you can't tell. And what the theme was there was this, I don't even know the title of the game. I never played it. I saw, somebody in my family once play it. It was like a little farming game, but not only did you farm crops, you farmed zombies too. And I was like, That's such a cute idea. So I'm gonna make a zombie farm deck. And so I made a deck that's synergized around basically creating plant tokens and like these little guys called saprolings who are like super cheap, and you can readily use spells and effects to create them en masse, right? Shout out to Plants vs. Zombies, exactly. Shout out to Plants vs. Zombies, but this time they work together. Oh, and completely unrelated, but I'll look at that in just a moment, Yelashio. I'll definitely bring that up and look at it in just a moment. So you make plants for cheap. You've got lots of spells that create super cheap plants. And then in Magic, you've got like different like colors that represent domains of magic. So for this deck, we were using green and black. Green is often very... There's a few sides to it. It's not like this simple necessarily, but it's often about like good mana ramping. If you've ever played a Hearthstone where like every turn you get more mana like automatically, Magic, it's not automatic. You have to play land cards in order to get access to more like mana basically, to cast spells and summon creatures and all that. So green is very good at like cost-effective mana ramping, playing extra lands, using those lands to play big creatures or lots of little creatures in huge numbers for cheap. Just not very exciting necessarily on its own. I don't usually play green, but very efficient color. And black is all about sacrifices. Sometimes literally. It has, a lot of black cards have abilities that are just called sacrifice, where you kill some creature that you have control over in order to trigger an effect. But thematically in general, it's like you give up life total, life points in order to, like, get extra mana this turn, or draw cards, or do other crazy effects. And it's like, you kill your... phrasing. You pay steep, non-traditional prices in order to extract short-term value with that part of the color pie, right, in Magic. And so I combined these two, and what you would do, the whole thing, is that there were cards in there that whenever things died, effects got triggered. When specific things died, they had extra effects, and you had a whole bunch of abilities that made new things, specifically the saprolings, when stuff died, right? So death fueled your economy, quite literally. The more things died, whether they were yours or the enemy's, the stronger you got. And if somebody came and swung at you and tried to take you out, if they didn't kill you in one go, you only came back stronger because they'd kill your creatures to try and get to you, and that would trigger the death effects. So you come over and you swing, and you kill like 7 saprolings, right? And then 14 more get back up, and you've triggered a whole bunch of other positive effects for the deck. It was dumb synergy. It was busted. And I loved it. I was so proud. And I don't know why, but I've been possessed to tell you all about it, instead of talking about dreams like I promised. It is merely a shame that that deck currently belongs to my wretch of a stepmother. That's the only downside of that deck right now. Let's see, you had a little Twitter, Yelashio? I'm gonna pull that up. That's gonna load here. Here, I'm just gonna show this briefly. It's a good summary. It's a good summary of, you know, I'm both of these. I'm both of these images. um, I am represented by all parts of that picture. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, Zach, yeah. This is just what happens. I'm a bit of a scatterbrain. Yeah, skeleton. Believe it or not, as a trans woman, I may have some family issues. um, I know, a very rare occurrence for sure. Oh, and a little video. Oh, it's like 10 or 20 minutes. We'll probably, if we get to that, we'll probably watch it later. But if you would have dropped that in the in that Discord channel we made for you, that would be totally cool too. Aw, it's okay. She's out of my life. I don't gotta worry about her anymore. Oh yeah, we wanted to talk about the dream. Am I ever gonna get through this mission if I do that? Yes, because I'm gonna hold myself to it. I moved... Okay. To keep the Twitch police happy and say that I'm actually playing XCOM, we moved Palmer. Palmer is a very powerful tanking unit as a Goliath. They're very capable of taking damage, and they're gonna tank the criticism the Twitch police may have for me, that I should maybe be labeling this as a just chatting stream. But it's fine. We're gonna do a dream review. And then I promise we're gonna do the mission. I promise. Dream review is gonna take a minute, but it's worth it. It's an incredibly good dream. I promise. That makes you a good person to talk with, though. Aw, thank you. I'm glad that it's entertaining. I'm glad that my constant rambling is entertaining. Because if it wasn't, then I would be in some trouble, wouldn't I? So, last night, I had a dream. I've been building it up, and I need to describe it in a way that does it justice, because it was wild. It was so good. It was scary too. Like, the vibes were like, yeah, I might die here. For real, for real. Entertaining indeed. I'm getting so much done while wondering what the heck is going on here. Yeah, Good. That's the vibe we're going for. If you come to our stream and you know what's going on, that means that I'm failing as a streamer. You should come here and leave here confused. Confused and entertained. But yeah, the Scarlet Dream Bingo doesn't involve wizards. Is it scary? And doesn't involve Goral. And I've got to tell you, I was not a wizard. Unfortunately. Unfortunately I was not. I could have used the power. Was there a stealth section? Yes. You can mark that off on your bingo slots. Oh, what's your idea, skeleton? What's up, what's up? I'll wrap back around. I'm gonna start the dream too. Because it starts out, I was, I guess, a prisoner inside a research facility. Is there an evil corporation? Sorta. not exactly an evil corporation specifically, but it, you know, there's a group kind of with that vibe, maybe. I see, skeleton. I guess we'll wrap back around to that later, I guess. Because I do remember you did mention that. So I start the dream. I'm a prisoner inside this research facility. Sarah Kerrigan from StarCraft. Well, not quite. I wish. But when the dream starts, you know, the power dies, and the backup power goes on, and my cell opens, along with all the other cells and stuff. Marking it in the bingo anyhow way. Yeah, it counts, it counts. Scarlet is the Queen of Blades. Mystery solved. Shh, don't tell them. They don't need to know. So the cells open and, you know, I stumble out. There's some other prisoners, but most kind of run off immediately or start fighting amongst themselves. None of us are looking too hot, right? I gather pretty quickly that we've been abandoned down here for quite some time. And the facility has just switched over to backup power, probably because it's been abandoned, right? And so I start, you know, making my way through, and at first, you know, it's kind of simple, right? You know, you're finding stuff to use to, like, get doors open, and, like, you're hiding from, like, you know, roving bands of the other prisoners, and, just trying to keep out of trouble while you try to find a way to escape. But as I'm going through and picking through the facility, eventually I get up into some of the offices. I find details of the larger plot, right? I'm not exactly sure what order it all goes in, so I'm just kind of gonna lay it all on you kind of all at once. It was paced out a bit better in the dream. The dream had good pacing. But the Earth was dying, right? And this research facility had been dedicated to the study of special phenomena that may be used to help a mission, the mission of an arc, right? Like a space arc, you know, that kind of trope, you know, kind of, maybe not Battlestar Galactica vibes, but like the idea of, you know, you send out a ship, like one Hail Mary colony ship, and see if you can save humanity that way. That was the surface level of it. So this facility, of course, you couldn't get everybody left on the Ark, so this facility, along with some others, were dedicated to study and research in order to fast-track the development of that program and help out, right? Soma really did something to your brain. It really did, didn't it? My mind has been permanently corrupted. In a good way, I think. So, but these phenomena that were being studied, what I had found at this point was not very clear about what they were. But I had started to notice, and again, not just dream logic, right? But as a plot point, some issues with causality, right? things not happening in the order that you would expect them to, right? Like, the way to describe it is normal causality. You drop the coffee cup, so it falls. But then, you know, you had incidences where the coffee cup falls, so you drop it, right? Oftentimes, you know, I was trying to get into rooms or hide and stuff, and it would be like, the door opens, so I find the crowbar, right? Stuff like that. Like, odd patterns in causality. And at first, you know, it was like, maybe this is dream logic, but then it was like, no, this is like a part of the dream. Other characters in the dream were commenting on it. As I got deeper and deeper into the facility, because I had to go further in order to find a way out, the issues became much more apparent. There were kind of echoes that I would encounter, right? You know, the bit in, like, games where it's like, you know, you can hear, like, dialogue from when the event happened at X facility. Again, like in Soma, how you can hear the audio logs. Kinda like that, only they weren't always necessarily correct. Sometimes they would contradict things that I knew to be true. You know, there was one where they were talking about the head scientist of the facility. But I knew for a fact, because I had found the head scientist's office, and I had, like, dug through employment files, that that was not the head scientist. They used that title. They all, you know, everybody involved in the conversation, Echo, right, seemed fairly convinced that that was what was going on, that that was the guy in charge, right? There was no sign of any duplicity. But they were wrong. And this became way more obvious, because, you know, maybe it's a staffing change, right? Maybe I just don't have the full picture. But later there were talks about, specifically, like, a first test subject. And their first test subject was different from the one that I found out about. The name was different, the physical description was different. It was weird. It was strange stuff. At this point, then, as if it's not complicated enough, we switch perspectives. We go out from this research facility on Earth all the way to the Ark, which is currently getting ready to do a gravity-assisted maneuver off of Mars, right? So it's swinging by Mars, and I'm not myself anymore. I am following the perspective of return characters, actually. Return characters, Dana Scully and Fox Mulder. Who are investigating, they're working essentially as investigators on board the Ark, right? Scarlet getting gaslit by her dreams, exactly, yeah. And they are investigating specifically a murder, right? They're solving a murder mystery. So they had been communicating, no, that part doesn't come yet, actually. So they, basically, I mean, it was going around and, like, finding clues, looking in the maintenance hallways and stuff and being like, okay, they could have gone from here to here, but how did they escape? And both of them were very smart in their own ways, and Fox was very good about, like, maybe this is what they want us to see, but actually we need to look behind the, Oh, go ahead and tell your idea. Yeah, go ahead, Skeleton. Um, they were doing their thing. If you've ever watched The X-Files, you know the dynamic that they have. And it was perfectly replicated in my dream. So they're investigating this murder. And they're finding a lot of difficulty. Again... Ah, I see. Skeleton, you may like very brief diversions to address that. If you've ever watched Mandalore Gaming on YouTube, he recently did a review of a game that I think, well, is old and wouldn't be recommended, but I think would entertain you to learn about. I would recommend going and checking out his recent videos sometime if you have the opportunity. But the investigators were having some trouble figuring out who done it and how. Really, who and how? They had like a comprehensive list of everybody on board the Ark, and they were narrowing it down pretty quickly, and had a hard time establishing motive, even like how the murder was done, let alone who did it. Something was weird, right? And Fox is like, we've got to open our minds, Scully. We can't just look at the, the reasonable explanation, right? And so they went back and forth over that for a long time. And then we get a perspective change. Again. This time, we go to the moon, where humanity's last expedition to the moon is getting ready to return to Earth, right? They were conducting some important research also that was relevant to the Ark project, and they were getting ready to return to Earth. I forgot someone in the mun. Well, kind of. Because they didn't... It was determined that it was not reasonable to delay the Ark project in order to pick them up. Right? It was determined that it was unreasonable to stop the Ark to pick them up. And then you had a triple homicide on the moon team. And from the perspective that I was following, I got to watch it happen. Right? One member of the team snapped. And was like, it should have been us. They should have waited for us. We're important, qualified scientists. We deserve to live, not go back to die slowly on a dying Earth. We should have been on the Ark. And he has a full mental breakdown and commits triple homicide before he stopped. It should have been me, exactly, yes. It should have been me. So he goes off and does that. He kills like half the team, besides himself. And then the perspective I'm following... I forget her name. Started with an A. Amanda? Amanda was her first name. I forget what her last name was. Dr. something. She was able to get to the radio and, like, reach out, right? And give an update. Not that any help was coming, but, you know, felt that it was her duty to record the final fate of the mission, as this guy was going around killing them off. And so that transmission reaches the Ark, right? Eventually that team, the remainder, I think they die on the moon, is what happens. The guy he's not able to directly kill everybody else, but, you know, he's able to sabotage the rocket sufficiently so that they can't leave, and they just die on the moon, which was very sad. The whole thing was very grim. As I said, scary dream. Especially following these perspectives, right? Like, you know, the vibes were, like, wild. But the transmission reaches the Ark, and that's when Fox realizes, wait a minute, the description of these murders is suspiciously similar to the one we're trying to solve, right? Basically, a modified, it was an improvised murder weapon that was used on the moon. Basically, a coil gun, right? A coil gun was used. And it basically fired, like, misshapen metal slugs and, like, just tore chunks through people, right? And so that description matched the wounds found on the body. And so that was interesting. Odd coincidence that the murderers would use the same weapons, roughly around the same period of time. Yes, Grim mentioned. Grim featured in the dream, as it turns out, as a vibe. So this gets Fox working on a theory, right? A real crazy one. Maybe it's the same guy. And Scully is like, what the hell are you talking about? The guy who did the moon murders is on the moon and dying. There is physically no way for him to get to the Ark, let alone be on the Ark, commit that murder, go back to the moon, commit the triple homicide, sabotage the moon rocket, and still somehow get back to the Ark? Like, that's insane, Fox. How could that possibly work? Then we perspective switch back to me on Earth in the facility. And I'm figuring out how it could work. I'm like, oh my gosh. I think that we're dealing with multiple realities here. I'm piecing together the research, and it's like something that they were doing for the ARC project, right? With its, probably its, like, faster than light drive, involved manipulating the fabric of reality, and I think that there was an unintended side effect, was my working theory, that has resulted in things overlapping. Because when I was seeing these echoes, the things that they were describing were similar, but not the same as what I was witnessing. The cause for the Earth's death was different. Theirs was a rogue exoplanet. Or a rogue, it's not an exoplanet, it's a moon shaped, sized thing. You know, the idea of the wandering, you could have like a wandering extrasolar body, right? Outside the influence of a solar system. It's a thing, hypothetically. That, you know, you could have like large physical bodies out there beyond the grip of the solar system, likely tossed out due to some cataclysmic event, tossed out of their home systems, and wondering, in that reality, that was the cause for the Earth's destruction. So their facility was way nicer because the Earth was doing more or less fine before that thing showed up on radar. And like they had like a very short time frame, you know, nothing that humanity could do could stop it. They had some time to throw together their own ARC project and launch it, right? But they didn't have time to save the Earth. But their facility was in way better shape. They were going to be fine until the moon hit, is what I'm going to refer to it as. So that sucked for them. But the situation for my reality was cataclysmic climate decline. And chemicals that were used to treat it ended up triggering some kind of runaway effect that was eating the atmosphere, like destroying the ozone layer and such, that would render the Earth like uninhabitable for human life, right? A situation for this reality too, yeah, unfortunately. So I was like, this is multiple realities. And this research facility has a transmitter to contact the ARC project. If I could get together enough information and learn how to get that transmitter working, right? Divert the backup power, get the transmitter going, I could broadcast all of this to the ARC, to Fox Mulder and Dana Scully, and help solve the mystery. Because I could all, you know, I don't know that it was like a in-dream thing that I could see the different perspectives, but like I knew about it because like I lucid dream and stuff. So I was like, I can help them. I can get in contact with them, and I can give a warning to the ARC like, yo, reality's messed up. You gotta like recalibrate your drive or something. Like that is not safe to use. Because there were, as I was piecing together the information, there was an increasing concern that if you activated the drive on our ARC at the same time that the drive on the ARC in the other reality was activated, they just fold into each other. And who the hell knows what would happen then? Probably they'd all die horribly. So at this point, I'm working my way through the facility, and I am looking for a member of staff that isn't dead, in order to get some access codes for the transmitter, so that I can move forward with my plan. And I find them after talking to some other prisoners, very peacefully, I can assure you. I find the scientist in one of the courtyards. And this turns into a boss fight. Because it's not just the scientist I was looking for. It's different versions of him overlapped with themselves. Right? And so most of those versions have given into this, like, end-of-the-world, like, psychosis. I don't know whether that's the proper term. I'm not a doctor. But most of those versions were, like, had totally lost it. And were happy to try and kill me. Right? Because it was the end of the world and he'd lost his mind. And I had to not only hold out against him, but kill these individual versions to whittle it down to two. The eventual version that still had enough sanity to give me the access codes that I needed. And I had to get to a version of our reality that had the correct access codes. I hate boss fights with multiple enemies. Yeah, he was like multi-staged. So at first it was just like him. And, like, you know, it was like fighting a dude, basically. Oh, I'm sorry, Skeleton. I hope you feel, I hope you feel better. Diaz 3, Cathedral Pope, exactly. You know, at first it was just I was fighting a dude. And then I whacked him over the head with a sledgehammer a couple times, and then there were 2 dudes, and it just kept kind of going from there. You know, sometimes there were crowds that I had to cut through, and it was wild. It was a wild time. But at the end of it all, I finally managed to get, from this guy, the access codes before he died, right? Because the whole process was rather traumatic for him, being, you know, in every reality. As well as me constantly hitting him with a very large hammer, in multiple realities. It didn't end well for him, but he gave me the codes, and he was like, thank you, have the codes, go save the Ark Project. And I was like, alright, gotcha. And I went and I got the transmission off, and then we go back to the Ark, where Fox and Dana are still trying to piece things together. And during my time, like, getting all this set up, I had also found the personnel file on the guy that had snapped on the moon. And I had sent that along too, right? So the transmission goes to the Ark. And even though it's a pretty long distance, like, they're using faster than light nonsense, so it gets there instantly. And, you know, Fox and Scully are like, whoa, this message is addressed to us specifically, and contains everything that we need for our investigation. So they put it together, and that's when they figured it out. Oh, you had an idea again, Skeleton? Sure, let's hear it while I wrap up the dream. Because we're almost done, folks, I promise. We're about to play XCOM, I swear. I swear, we're about to play XCOM. So they got all of that, and Fox had been putting things together, and Scully had been kind of confirming a lot of stuff, and they'd been kind of coming to the conclusion that something was screwy. That the only person who could have done these murders, that would have done these murders specifically, must have been the guy from the moon, but that was impossible. But once they had the details from the lab that I had sent, they put it together and like, oh my gosh. In one reality, he's stuck on the moon and loses his mind and commits triple homicide. In another reality, he wasn't on the moon mission and was on the Ark. Right? Because he was perfectly qualified to be on either mission. He just happened to pull the short straw and go to the moon. Right? And so, because he had gone mad in the reality that he was stuck on the moon, that had influenced the reality where, because, you know, things with causality were all screwed up. That had influenced the reality where he was still on the Ark. And because they were folded over each other partially, he commits the triple homicide on the Ark too. Wild. And so with that information, and who was killed, and like with the personnel records and the details and stuff, they're able to, like, within the hour, go and track down the other bodies, because they'd only had one body up till then. They found the rest of them, and they managed to drag the guy out of, like, the deepest, like, parts of, like, the maintenance tunnels around the FDL drive. and complete the mystery. And that was my dream. And it was very, very cool and very fun. Great time. Would have a prison brawl with a multi-dimensional scientist where I beat him to death with a sledgehammer again. 10 out of 10. Oh, is this a treat idea, skeleton? That sounds like a lot of sugar. But if it's up your alley, I mean, I won't stop ya. Really cool dream? I'm glad. I really enjoyed it. It was such a good dream. I really loved it. And like, couldn't that be like a whole, like, that could be like a whole movie. Like one of those, like what they would do for Star Trek, right? Where it's like, yeah, and usually we have the hour-long episodes, but we're gonna do like a double feature. So not like a movie, but like a double feature episode where it's like 2 hours long for like one arc. It could be like a 2-hour X-Files episode, but like in space for some reason. So
Okay.
that's the dream. That's what we do.
Двигаюсь к точке.
Now it's time to play XCOM.
Heading to that location.
Roger that.
Yeah, Skeleton, I do think that's the typical idea for figuring that kind of thing out. I do think that is.
Now.
No, I'm not qualified to discuss it, really.
Roger that. Scanning.
I'm on it.
Oh, goodness.
I'm on it.
I feel so lost now. I feel so lost. It's like, are we playing XCOM? Why am I not talking about Dream anymore? How long did I rant about that for? That ended. I feel like that ended up being much longer. Much longer than I intended. Hoping for a part 2 of that dream, that would be something. I think there's room for a part 2, right? And I mean, Fox Mulder and Dana Scully are such good characters. Maybe 30 minutes? Longer than I intended, but not that bad in the grand scheme of things, I think. Just so long as I didn't bore anyone to tears, right? How greedy am I? Extremely. So, in the XCOM, let you know what nonsense I'm up to right now. I just kind of want to get into the barn. We've started in, like, the corner, but there's only 2 ways out of this corner. You either go this way, which is either through here or through the barn, or you go to the UFO. And, newsflash, I don't want to go to the UFO. So, we're gonna circumvent that by just fast moving through the barn. We're gonna loop around to the traditional starting position so that we can clear the map of dangerous contact, and then we're gonna hit the UFO, is my plan. It was a great dream, so in the grand scheme of things, it was a net positive. Aww. I'm glad. I have an ambition
10-4.
to put my sniper on the barn roof. We'll see how that plays out for me.
Moving out.
Running.
Understood. Moving out.
We'll see. That could be a mistake. But it could also be really funny.
Hey, слышите?
Disc, perhaps in or around the UFO, is kind of not my style. Hope you use it for your writing? Yeah, maybe. We could. I think we could get you up to here.
Good to go.
Yeah, oh, speaking of writing. Have I talked about... I mean, I think I've mentioned that I've been writing quite a bit here the past few weeks. But have I shared what it is yet? The nature of the program? The nature of the project, rather? Different word. Different word.
Я пошел.
Let's be careful. Our sniper's a little exposed.
On my way.
In Bewegung. Roger
Catch
that.
our people up.
Heading there now.
Aye, aye, Commander. Time to motor.
Well, Skeleton, if you could figure that out, I think you'd,
I'm watching.
I think you'd win more than a few prizes.
I'm on it.
But,
Overwatch. Aye, aye.
like you mentioned, it's like a long-running thing you hope to use for a novel? Yes. Currently working on turning it into the novel, actually. We've been making a lot more progress on it.
I feel Commander.
The camera snapped and I thought something had, like, activated, and I was like, what? How? I was just about to say there's no way we're getting that meld because we'd already spent so long on this mission, but it has been not that actually long in terms of turns. We've spent like 2 turns on this mission so far. That's not how meld works. It's not on a real-time timer. Oh no. So the idea of the story.
I'm on it, Commander. Look who's here.
I want to go home. I want to go home. Why is that a thing? Why is that pod here? How much contact is that? Is that most of the map? I think that's most of the map that I just activated in one pod. Very fun, very cool. Love it. My favorite. Take a moment, breathe. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Alright, we're back. Stretch 2? Oh, that's a good idea. My voice is feeling a little rough today, actually. That's unfortunate. I hope it doesn't sound bad. Maybe I strained it or something? I hope not. We gotta be careful with that. What's that term? That's the moneymaker? We gotta be careful with that voice. Can we deal with that pod? Yes, we can. Can we deal with it this turn? I'll get back to you on that in a moment. This is not the right kind of Rocketeer for this contact to be activating this way. This is a sit still and shoot Rocketeer. But maybe I can swing something. You sound good? Don't notice any changes in your voice? Good, good. That's important. I'll just have to take it easy a little bit, probably. Whatever that means. Probably just won't go too terribly long tonight, I guess will be the plan. Just to be careful so we're good for tomorrow, right? But, regarding the writing. Would we be interested? The idea... Let's go in order. Tell them what it is first, Scarlet, before you ask about interest. You buffoon. Goodness gracious. Getting so ahead of herself. it's a fantasy story. It's meant to be kind of a... We follow the perspective of a witch, a necromancer, as she contends with ethical quandaries, conundrums, political strife, and the eventual development, not to spoil too much, of what is conceptually known as a rogue state. And I want to use the story in that environment as a vehicle to explore a lot of ethical and political questions. I mean, it's my educational background is politics, if you don't know. I studied political science, so I might as well do something with it. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot I want to do with it. I want it to have some teeth. I don't know that it's going to be incredible, you know. It's the longest work that I'm going to have written up till this point, so I'm not expecting anything groundbreaking, but I've got an idea. I've put a lot of work into seeing if it's a good idea, and we're in the process of putting it on paper and piecing it together. I'm interested already. Oh, thank you, Cher. I will tell you what I'll do. I've got some reviews from some of my readers regarding a prior draft, and I'm currently chewing through getting the next couple chapters ready. What if I made a channel in the Discord for those who are interested, where maybe I put that? Maybe an art channel, just general art, so people can post, like, you know, stream relevant art, or maybe even just art in general, honestly. And the writing would fall under that. Does that sound interesting? Does that sound cool? So then once I get the next couple chapters done and integrate the changes based on the reviews of the readers, I can put that up. Sounds good? Awesome. I could always use more feedback, for sure, for sure. I think that's a very important part of the writing process. I need to commit murder real quick. Stand by.
I'm on the move.
Please stand by. Let's do a range test here. Garbage. Don't open the door. We're not going to kill the enemy this turn. We're going to set up to kill them next turn.
Solid copy, Commander.
Is what I'm going to try. Is there an antagonist? There are a few. A few, yes. I'm currently writing one of them, the very first like major antagonist. We're writing the introduction scene for him. Is it spoilers for me to tease a little bit about what he is? Only very mildly, I guess. Only very mildly.
On my way.
Moving.
Bring Anderson over here, spread out a little bit. I'm gonna get some smoke on my people in case they decide to grenade me through the wall or something. Something like this should work. Let's just say he's a rather popular area priest, right? And you know, very friendly guy. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way, shall we? I'm afraid of being this... Don't die. Oh my gosh. Whoops. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. In that case, block the door so that it does not open.
Yeah, Fate Boston.
Steady that rocket. Next turn, we're gonna try and kill him dead.
Got it covered.
Ignition.
As much as I'd love to steady Electo in this position, if those discs fly over and get eyes, it's gonna be trouble. So instead, I'm just gonna fly Electo further away. I think that's gonna be way safer. I was thinking it would be a paladin, but that sounds good for an antagonist too. Yes, only a first one.
Quiet. Did you hear something?
We've got more, for sure, for sure. They come later in the storyboarding, but they aren't fully written yet. Hi, disc. Go away. Oh, I'm glad you found it, skeleton. Alrighty. Can we open that door? Interesting. Step back one time. Cool. Step 2. Apply shred. Probably something... That seeker on the ground is not a major threat. This is pinpoint accurate. So put it right there, I'd say.
Firing rocket. Shrapnel.
Kinda unrelated, but did you watch that Jack Rackham Pompey video from a little while ago? That feels familiar. Oh, my shoulder. My shoulder just tried to attack me. Oh no. Jog my memory, Hilashio. Because that feels very familiar. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear that. I was just able to like constantly keep popping my shoulder. The attack of the living shoulder, yeah. Something like that, jeez. Buddy, you gotta go. It's area suppression, but it's not mayhem. It's from a guy that does history videos. Oh, yes, I do remember. I do remember. He's the funny guy that does the history videos? Is that right? Is that... Am I remembering right? He's kind of a funny, silly guy. I want that disc dead. And I will kill that disc.
Kill confirmed.
A little risky to go after it like I just did, but you know what they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. We can hit you with the disabling shot, and that's the other disc taken care of for a moment. Good hit.
Pacifying target.
So that's that done.
Okay.
Anderson has no eyes on. It's a shame. Can you take this thing out then? Of course you can. Very good. I'm not exactly sure how many enemies there are, but there's a couple for sure. One or two.
On my way.
Bring you back. We need to get you patched up. I have another video for you to watch. It's about the church and bad things happening to the enemies of the church. Should I leave it in the Discord? Yes, the Discord would be a perfect place for it. Because their videos are a bit longer, as I recall. Probably a little long for us to watch on stream. But the Discord would be a perfect place for that. Thank you so much, Yolashio. We appreciate it.
Defensive position here.
Get ready to take that thing out.
In Bewegung.
Bring you over and maybe take a shot. Good stuff.
Affirmative.
And here come the drones. It's a Muse song, isn't it? If I try to sing it, I'm gonna ruin my voice for sure. But I'm pretty sure that's a Muse song.
Realigning optics.
It is. Here come the drones. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can't match Matt Bellini's like voice though. That's impossible. Not gonna happen. Hello. What, you didn't think that I would fail to account for you just running at me, huh? All according to plan. Except for the enemies moving up my flank. That is not part of my plan, actually. That's concerning. Danger close disc.
That's affirmative.
Ooh. Ooh. That is a disc, indeed. Who would have thunk it? A disc? At this time of year? Localized entirely right outside of this barn? I think the song is called Reapers? Yeah, that sounds about right. Gosh, I wish I could play that on stream. We need to move cement. I'm okay with the Goliath tanking that hit when the disc explodes, but I don't really want anybody else to have to. We can kill this for sure. So run you out here. I've got a plan. Command. Hit it again. I could play it on stream? Really? Is that allowed? Or is it gonna eat the VOD? Because that's also what I want to avoid, is the VOD getting devoured. Pull you over. Hit it again. Disc will die, and then I will pay the price of my hubris later. There's a way to play songs on stream. Well, that's cool. That should guarantee the kill. If this doesn't do it.
Move. Taken care of.
Oh. Yeah, the Goliath just tanked it. He took no damage. Very cool. You basically split the audio so the song doesn't record on the VOD, but people can hear it live? Oh. Ooh. I'll have to learn how to do that. That sounds really cool. Not sure how it's done in slobs though, but there should be a way. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense to me. We should do that. We'll figure it out. Electo. Remove drone, please. Thank you. Drone, go bye-bye.
Negative ammo. I'm spent.
Drone, delete.
Taken care of.
I'm not sure that that's actually all contact down right now. But I'm happy to choose to believe that it is. Where are you going? Where did I click? Fine.
Here they come.
Hello, rest of the map. 4, 7 mutons. There's just straight up 7 mutons.
Justiere Zielvorrichtung.
Nothing special. Look at their position. Have you ever seen a more tempting grenade in your life? Oh, and your Rocketeer is in cover. So you could get that rocket. This might be the better rocket, though, over here. And that could be a good grenade. So stand by. Can we take one home? We should try. We would like their rifles, after all. So, boy, I've got a job for you. Now, before we can do any kind of captures, we need to wipe them out first. That's kind of an important first step, as it turns out. Sniper is unfortunately out of ammunition.
I'm ready.
Do you follow up with explosives into that? Nah, you gotta hit and run. Nah, you gotta hit and run. You're fine. Hold those explosives for now.
Got it. Moving.
Ooh, but you got another one back there, actually. That does make that a lot more tempting. Do it, actually. Just clean it up. I mean, they're not dead, which is a little bit of a surprise, but I am pleased nonetheless. Let's see. Plasma pistol should do this job. Thank you. Also this one. Thank you, plasma pistol. Very cool.
Headed there now.
Palmer, get moving in. Probably gonna take out the big one if you can help it. Good stuff.
No ammo available. Enemies down.
Двигаюсь к точке.
Clean, clean, clean so far. I'm pleased. I'm happy with that. That's a good turn. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to render the situation completely safe.
Aye, aye, Commander.
That's fine. You've got a Goliath there to do a lot of tanking, hopefully. Suppression's not bad. What are you gonna do, buddy? You're a capture target. You're low enough. What about you? Goliath. Okay.
My position is compromised.
So we got one that we want to hunt down for a capture. Perfect.
Heading there now.
Oof. I was kind of hoping that would break the, That's okay. I was kind of hoping that would break the suppression so I could move up. But, I've got another method. There's another way that we can play this.
I'm about to start keeping score.
Follow go here.
I'll get him next time.
You could flame that one if push comes to shove, though I'd really rather avoid it. I'm much more interested in trying to hunt down the one that ran away. So maybe bring the Goliath up to here.
Alien object located.
No. Wild if true. Go ahead and flame it.
They won't last long.
But that's a capture. Where are you gonna go? Not far enough. No, not far enough. That's a capture. We could potentially get 2 mutant captures here if we're lucky. Let's see, let's go find out.
That's affirmative.
So, run you up. We are looking, yes, for this mutant with the intent of Psy panicking it. Do I have an inspiration? No. So you just kinda gotta do it.
You're in for a world of hurt.
Perfect. Perfect. The situation has been rendered safe for the time being. You've got a sniper who can steady to provide a disabling shot in case that thing unpanics. And then you want to run some people up to get security.
Вас понял. Двигаюсь к цели.
You want to get security on them. Make sure you can kill in case any of this fails. But broadly speaking, this one might die. Unfortunately, this one is panicked on a flaming tractor. Maybe we leave that one alone. Maybe we go after this one.
Look out!
We'll see how this one holds up. We got some meld to grab too, which could be funny. So, attempt number 1. That was another that was a mutant sniper. Oh gosh, that's the second one of those that I've noticed. You don't see them every day. It also looks like this is very on fire. That's about to die.
Heading there now.
I guess I'll get the mech in position to maybe save it if it's still up next turn, but I think this guy's
back
dead.
in.
Unfortunately, I just think he's dead, folks. Shiny mutant? That's what it feels like. The mutant sniper really does feel like the shiny mutant.
Position confirmed. Ready to engage.
On the move. Good to go.
Let's start shuffling some people forward.
Headed there now.
I got a little bit of Overwatch on him in case he unpanics and runs, though I don't think that's very likely. So, that'll be fine, I hope.
Moving out. Ready to engage.
And you do not need the sniper in this position anymore. You can come on down.
Touching down.
Do you want the sniper up here, though?
Moving.
I think you do. We could have done that in one turn, but this'll be okay. Sniper is not needed for the mutant fight. Not dead. It isn't dead yet, folks. Will that tractor explode? That remains the question on everybody's mind. Will this tractor decide to blow up? It looks to be on fire properly now. Do you have a command? You don't have a command, so that's... It's either gonna happen or it's not. You'll keep the Overwatch up just in case it runs, because that's not safe to let it run around. Don't let your mutants run around unintended.
Reloaded.
they could run into other mutons and start fights, and, you know, I mean, it's just good manners. Keep your muton on a leash. Don't let it go anywhere.
I'm rolling. Overwatch. Aye, aye.
Aye, aye. Will do.
It should be tolerable as a perch. You know, when I said that, Elasio, I internally had the same reaction to me saying it. That, ooh. That muton, huh. I'm not really sure how the muton pulled it off, but the muton is okay. For some reason, unbeknownst to me. So here's what I'm gonna do.
Aye, aye.
Anderson, you're gonna come up here. You're gonna mind fray the thing. Rad. Very cool, thanks. Scarlet always speaking facts, for real, she never misses. Thank you, thank you. You know, I do my best. I still want this capture. Let's use some chem for it. Because that's another alien rifle. We don't really need the muton. What we want is the rifle in its hands. That's the most valuable part of a muton to us at this juncture. So just hunker, steady, bring Kit up to here. And you're also going to draw your shotgunner back, because they have CCS.
Already there.
We're not going to screw this up like I did the last time with the sectoid commander. We are going to be patient.
Take cover here.
If it unpanics this turn, which I think is very likely, it runs. Maybe it gets a shot off, but it's going to be pretty garbage because of the acid. It'll be fine. Olsen,
I'm on the
maybe
move.
come to here or something. I don't know. Steady. Skip. Yeah, it's moving. It's mobile. Watch that muton. Oh. Is it going to... No. I thought it might take cover on me, which would be a great bit. But I think we gotcha.
Unterwegs.
I do think we've got you, Betty.
On the move.
You're not getting away now.
Setze Zielfest. Mist.
Disappointing. However, it can't go anywhere. So it's fine, actually. It can't even shoot back. Or it dies, so just skip the rest of my turn. Silly muton.
Na, gute Nacht.
You're coming home with me.
Sieht aus, als ob du mit uns kommst.
There we go, that's 2 captures. That's how it's done. That felt good. That felt good. It was a little silly, but that's 2 very important captures. It's 2 more alien rifles, right? So that's what? Plasma shotguns? Yeah, that's 2 plasma shotguns. Probably is what we're gonna build with that. Let's go, yeah.
Affirmative.
Alright. Well, in that case, I think the only thing left on this map is the outsider pod, so let's just go get ready to deal with that, shall we?
Moving out.
Order
come around here.
confirmed.
I was like, do I want to split and go from 2 directions? But it's like, this UFO is very open right now. Probably not a good idea.
Лечу туда.
Come get some.
So, sneaking up here may not work out. Because there's no wall here anymore. But we're gonna try.
Okay.
Gonna give it the old college try. It looks like it's gonna work.
Okay.
So you come to this tile and then you run straight at the UFO. No deviation allowed.
Roger that.
Set up,
Good copy.
I guess
Moving on
you
target.
here. Cool.
Bestätige. Kann weitergehen.
Bring you over.
Moving out.
You can stand here, Palmer. We'll just take a few moments to shuffle our people into position. It's all gonna be fine.
Выступаю.
They're non-binary and a bit older than me, but they seem super cool. Oh, I think the first 2 messages didn't send. Oh, it's okay. Send those 2 messages, and then I'll try to read in order. Is this the person that you were talking to before? Yeah, the failed rising. Yeah, mm-hmm.
I'm watching.
There's something out there.
It happens to the best of us, unfortunately.
Solid copy.
Let's see, bring you over.
Heading out.
I don't know where to begin this story. It took me several days to work up the courage to talk to them because I'm so shy. But I did in the end. It was so disappointing. Oh. Oh no, that sucks. I think, is the first paragraph that ended up coming along the next one? I'll go ahead and read that. So, they're non-binary and a bit older than me, but they seem super cool. They said they like manga and anime, FromSoft, games, cooking, some philosophy. They help raise animals every now and again. Oh, come on, chat, behave. Yeah, I could see why that would be interesting. You know, they sound...
Moving to position.
Initial impressions sounds cool. Withholding my my opinion until I hear what went wrong, though.
За дело.
And we need to shuffle you over.
Hab's gehört.
Overwatch. Aye, aye.
Eyes peeled, Commander.
This is going to hurt.
I also just like walking around and getting lost in thought while listening to music. Oh, I mean, in that sense, at least, just like me, for real, for real.
Overwatch. Aye, aye.
Again, withholding full opinion, just in case. I think it's time. No, it isn't. You're a fool. It's not time.
Выдвигаюсь.
Can you get to here? You can. You can fan out a little bit.
Heading out.
Eke out a couple more tiles, and then you bring Kit forward, and then it's time.
Okay.
I think they might actually be MTF. They mentioned something about repressing and being on HRT for a little while. Oh. I see.
Bin unterwegs.
Alright, we're good.
Roger.
Come
Got my
here,
eye
I'm
on.
watching.
Я готов.
Overwatch.
Scanning. Houston, we have liftoff.
Like, damn, what a catch. Such a cool sounding person,
hell was
yeah.
that?
But then I DM'd them and we talked a little bit. Oh. Mm-hmm. This should be a pretty simple breach to do. They were like, dry, I guess? Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. Just like not really... like talking to a wall, kind of. Like they're responding, but there's not really any soul to it. Mm-hmm. Really uninterested. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. That hurts. Oh no, I feel for you. That... I've definitely had those, I've definitely had that experience before. Ugh.
That's affirmative. Enemy troops.
Little aliens. We're gonna go get them now. Oh, but that sucks, Yolashio. I'm sorry. It always stings when you get interested in someone and then it just, you know, it's not even like there's something wrong. You just don't connect, right? It's a letdown, right? Yeah, I've definitely had those experiences for sure. Oh, how do we not want to handle this?
Bestätige.
How do you sort this out? Probably AP. But I was still like, oh, Yolashio. Mm-hmm. The thing is, it actually made them reject me was I'm a bit social with a couple of people. Yeah. Like this, I think. And this is the bit that made me angry about the situation. Oh. Mm-hmm. That's right, I'd almost forgotten you mentioned that you were upset about it. Yeah, what happened?
Set him up, knock him down. Time to motor.
I've got an idea.
Understood. Moving out.
I've got an idea. I think this outsider gets to live this turn. We're gonna suppress it.
Moving to designated position.
Sniper. Don't know what you're trying to accomplish. You're not going anywhere then.
On the move.
And there's no sense in doing damage to it this turn, so instead we're going to offer it a juicy target in the form of the Goliath. And also put the Goliath in a position... in a position to really wreck the outsider in a moment. Oh, he asked me if I talked to people and to the forms of communications I had, and when I told them from some sort of Discord servers and talked there, they're like, sorry, not interested, thanks for approaching me though. Oh, used him there, but meant them. Oh, yep. Oh, cool. That happens. That's weird. That, that's a bit odd. Yeah, more than a little bit odd, that's really weird. No, the more I think about that, the less and less I like that. Like, I don't know him, that's, like, that's a weird bit on their part. Oh, you have a good night, Skeleton. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you rest well. But yeah, Yalashu, that... Honestly, you may have dodged a bullet there. You may have dodged a bullet. If you don't mind me saying. It was a great stream? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That's sweet of you to say. I appreciate it. So I asked and they told me they were lonely, didn't talk to anyone. So they wanted someone equally as lonely to be their partner.
I'm on the move. Moving in for the kill.
We nailed it, Commander.
That's, to put it mildly, a bit of a yikes. Sounds like they're not in a very great place, to say the very least. Yeah, don't love that. Definitely, you may be, dodging a bullet there, Yolashio. Yes, back to the XCOM, the punch execution. I'm so happy we did enough damage to just execute that outsider. That was so fun. I was wondering if I should do a little damage at first to, like, set it up, because I love them so much, but I was like, no. I believe in the Goliath. To wrap up the mission, to debrief, folks, that was Operation Crystal Hero. So that is a crashed small UFO in France. 16 aliens killed, but two of those are coming home with us. 2 Muton captures, I'm happy to see it. And 0 XCOM operatives lost. That was a good mission. We did not necessarily pay very much attention to the mission itself, I will admit, but that's okay. Frankly, I'm happier when we're just chatting. The XCOM's kind of just going in the background, really. So let's go home. Oh gosh, Yolashio. Now honestly, that's just
It's
rude
certainly inspiring to see
on
our
their
troops meet
part.
with such success in the field. But still, we must work to recover more of this meld substance.
Shen's telling me off for not getting the meld. Thanks, Shen. I was supposed to get praise, not lectured. I don't come here to get lectured. Yeah, but that's, I don't love that. You deserve to be treated better than that, Yolashio. I mean, just even in casual conversation, calling somebody's interests very generic, don't love that, honestly. Like, I hope I'm not overstepping bounds, like, commenting like that on it, but... And if I am, you warned me off, but, like... You know? There I saw an opening, the moment for the Rizzler to Riz, and I hit them with a, well, I find them interesting, don't you? I knew they liked those things, yeah, Oh, good, I'm glad. I'm glad. If ever I say too much, it is not my intent to be, overbearing. You and anybody are always welcome to warn me off. I am not infallible. But yeah, that's definitely a good line. Definitely a good line from the Rizzler here. Our resident Rizzler. Oh, what do you want to do? Goliath, you're already so tanky. The Goliath is already so incredibly tanky. Do we just make you tankier? It would be funny. It would be really funny to just make the Goliath just damage immune. I've got two choices here. The Goliath isn't really very accurate, even with like all aim items. So I don't think heat ammo is really worthwhile. Although it could be. The Goliath could have some fun dueling enemy mechanized. Actually, I need to think about this. I was just going to immediately jump for the damage control meme and just make a Goliath that doesn't take damage. But is there any point to a Goliath that just stands there and doesn't take damage? And they said, no, I engage in them but don't get any joy from it? Then I just gave up? Yeah, I mean, at that point, that's a very reasonable point to just give up. What the... Pardon my French, but what the hell? Yeah. Honestly, they... Ugh. I mean, not that it is anybody's business to bear with someone who's being like that, but honestly, they do not sound like they are in a in a particularly amazing place. I think you've really dodged a bullet there. I mean, painful as it is, like it hurts, you know, to have an interest not work out like that, but I really genuinely believe you dodged a bullet. That sounds, for all number of reasons, like a recipe for disaster. But gosh, I'm sorry. That does really suck. You know, I hope you're doing alright with it. What do I pick here? To take a brief moment, a very brief moment for the XCOM. I'm experiencing some decision paralysis here. This is not an obvious choice. There's a strong argument for heat ammo. Because heat ammo is good, if this mech is going to be engaging enemy mechanized, and the Goliath isn't very good at shooting things, so frankly, that's probably the best thing for the Goliath to engage. We have seen before where the Goliath can, like, duel enemy sectopods and win, remarkably enough. And heat ammo does help with that. That's actually a surprisingly strong pick here. Kind of a dark horse candidate, but I'm pleasantly surprised. The more I think about it, the more I think heat ammo could be an actually good choice. Damage control, I've already said, is very funny. Just go full middle lines survivability build and never die. There's definitely an argument to take that. Functionally, it makes you a perfect tanking mech. And you live forever. So you put the mech in front of the enemy, and they shoot the mech instead of the rest of your squad. And you just win, right? The enemy can't kill your mech, so they won't try and kill anything else, right? Is kind of the argument. And then you've got collateral damage, which is basically a magic spell that destroys enemy cover. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage. And it's cool. It's very ammo intensive. It's not a very big AoE. But that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Like, everything here is good. There's no wrong pick. Oh, but I did make friends with a cool German girl that's learning like 4 languages and sends me silly cat pictures, so I guess it ended well. Yeah, I'd say that's a W. I'd say that's a pretty big W, Yelashio. Sounds like it worked out for the best. There is no wrong way to go here. It's just... I think I'm gonna drop collateral damage. I've got good cover destruction in my squads and in my roster in general, so I don't think I need more on the Goliath. I think that's excessive. I mean, it's cool, don't get me wrong. One moment. Excuse me, I had to cough there for a moment. I just don't think it's necessary. I think we can get more value out of the other picks. Heat ammo will be really good whenever the Goliath comes face to face with enemy mechanized. In order for that to really shine, though, you need to take rapid fire, I think. Hydrate, that's a great idea. We definitely need it. There we go. Yeah, we definitely need the hydration. The voice, I can feel the voice. It's getting close to the point of revolt, so we may have to end here soon, honestly. This is what I get for ranting all the time, isn't it? It happens. It happens. It's not too frequent that we get to this point where my voice starts to, like, give up. But I guess it does happen. The possibility is there. And you were all making fun of me earlier for saying that it was hard work streaming. My voice is gonna give out here if I'm not careful. That qualifies as hard work. I think so, anyways. Heat ammo, damage control. Heat ammo, damage control. I just think it'd be so funny to get damage control and just never die. Frankly, I think that it would just be very funny if I never died. And then you take extra conditioning for even more health. Gosh, how much would you get from Devastator? We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. So we're building an immortal mech. That'll be a good bit. Maybe we take that on the final mission, we use it to tank the Ethereals at the end? That would be... It probably could. Honestly, frankly, we put extra conditioning on this mech. You could probably stick it in front of the Ethereals at the end of the final mission. There's like 3 of them. And it could probably tank them for at least 1 round. Maybe more. Just full on. No issues. Before I even had to start worrying about it dying. It's a good voice. Aww. Aww. You're all so sweet. You know that? Gosh. You're all being so nice to me today. I really appreciate it. As for salvage, we're mostly excited about the alien rifles. The 2 cyber discs. Hold on. Cyber disc. Say it right, Scarlet. Say the right word. Cyber disc. There's an S in there. That's very important for you to pronounce. That is going to be useful for a dodge consumable. 2 muton captives is cool. And salvage otherwise is pretty minor. Not too bad. None too shabby, if I do say so myself. Where did we get all this? Oh, did I never sell? I never sold the salvage from the Overseer. That's why we have so many of these. I was like, what? How did we get so many damaged flight computers and power sources? That's how. Cool. Yeah, free money, basically. I don't think we're gonna do another mission today, but I do think that we are going to play some more Strat Lair before we wrap up. I think is the idea here. I have decided, this game is ending soon. It'll be a few more streams before we can end the campaign, but I don't think there's any point in doing another base assault. I'm gonna cancel this skeleton key. A surprising lack of Kit noises today? Yes, that is true. I don't know where Kit is. Kit is not in the house right now, to my knowledge. Like, he's back in the country. They're just not here for some reason. Probably out with the girlfriends. I don't know. I shrug. I don't know. New game soon. That's true. We've got to be thinking about a new game to play. I haven't committed to a decision yet. I've got a list. I've got a list of games that I am interested in playing, but I haven't dedicated myself to any yet. Archangel, side training. Do we want to do any more gene modding? Get the final mission team ready? Probably. That's probably a good idea. Except they're all exhausted right now because they just went on the Overseer mission. So I'll hold that thought for now. Age of Mythology. No, we become a Age of Empires streamer. We start playing Age of Empires 2 competitive. That's it. That's all we do for like a year. And then we drop it and we never play it again. And we say that we beat the game at some arbitrary point. Way too EP to get new kidneys. Yeah, they're too tired. You gotta be well rested for surgery, I guess.
Commander, our satellite is prepped and standing by for launch. We are ready to deploy it on your orders.
I'm not launching that, but this is... It's fine, we don't need the support sergeant. I sold all my carbines because nobody ever requested them, and I needed the money. Delete all evidence of it ever happening and gaslight the viewer that were there to witness it. Yeah, Never played it. Not even once. Never in the channel's history. It's quiet. 13 Thinman corpses for a tactical sergeant? Yes, please. Absolutely. It is shockingly quiet right now on the geoscope. I had to open my mouth, huh? It's fine. We do need more missions for Durand, so we should go shoot this down. Go balanced. We'll have Dutch take it down. We might want to rebalance our hangar, actually. Like where we have our craft stationed. Because right now we're still stacking Asia for the Overseer ambush. Pre-recorded stream. Yeah, we've just pre-recorded everything. Including like my predicted responses to everybody. Or no, is the idea of a pre-recorded stream that you pre-record the gameplay and then you just talk over it as if it's live? Is that how it works? I don't know how it works. I guess both would be pre-recorded, wouldn't they? I assure you, I'm not about to leave this mission menu just like that, you know. But that looks like a pretty simple mission. It looked like Mutons, Muton Berserker. Actually, what was all there before I did a dumb bad bit? Muton Elite. That's heavy weapons, heavy floaters. It's a little nasty, but it's not a very big mission. How's Durand? Where is my favorite side trooper? Ready? Soon. 1 day out. I want Durand for this mission. That's important.
Contact detected.
Never mind, it's turned out to be a good thing that I've kept Asia completely stacked in its hangar. Royal? Did you hear about the streamer that pre-recorded the stream to later link up with someone? Really? I feel like I have some vague memory of hearing about that, but is that a thing? Get out of here. Loser fighter. You think you can shoot down my Japan satellite? Mm-mm. Happened recently, too. That's crazy. So, like, they pre-recorded it so they'd have an alibi. They could say, yeah, I was streaming. Look, I was alive at this time, but it was pre-recorded. The guy is insane. Lots of crazy things in that story. Wow. That's wild. Goodness. Side screen's done. That'll help out. 24 hours left. How much does Durand have left? Still says 1 day. So Durand isn't going to be ready for this mission, is what that means. They have over 24 hours before they will be available, and we have 22 hours to wait. So we're better off just launching the mission right now. That's a shame. That's a shame. But that's okay. That's alright. It happens. We've still got some time to go before Alien Command and Control is done, and we can start building the final building, the Gollop Chamber, it's called. So we've still got some time to get Durand trained up. So who are we sending? I think I want to send Desta, actually. Send Desta, Yitzhak. The stream was so bad too. They mentioned multiple times they had no access to the chat and couldn't respond to any messages. Like, you're gonna go through all of that effort? And they knew the victim and their family. The guy even left a recording device in the parents' house to check if they ever suspected of them. What? So they're just dumb. And then again, frankly, I think most of the people who get into the murder scene aren't necessarily the brightest. I was talking about this actually yesterday with my grandmother. We were talking about, she had brought up how many bodies are just, like, buried, like, just a few feet off the side of the road. Which, I don't know how we got onto that topic. But my grandmother mentioned that, like, you know, yeah, like, you know, you couldn't go, like, 10 feet further into the woods and bury the body? Like, you had to bury it right there where someone would find it? Great topic to talk about with your grandmother. It is. I love her. She's great. One of the cool members of my family. Both my grandmothers, really. They're pretty rad. And the stream was 6 hours long. The level of premeditation. I mean, at that point, the stream's more of a liability than anything. Because, you know, that proves it's premeditated. You know, maybe, like, you can have a legal defense without the stream there. That it's like, oh, you know, argue for a lesser sentence because crime of passion, you know, and not premeditated murder. Premeditated murder, I mean, at least where I live, maybe not everywhere, usually carries like a heavier penalty than, I guess non-premeditated murder, right? So at that point, the stream's a liability, the fake stream. And imagine doing it that badly. Like, how hard could it be? I say not having set up bots myself, but how hard would it be to set up a few bots if you're gonna put in all of this effort? To set up a few bots to respond to. Like, make them look like viewers. Hell, I mean, there's tons of people that sell. Like, you don't even have to have any technical ability. Like, they just sell bots that have, like, aged to the point where they no longer register as, like, bots automatically, like, to the Twitch detection system, like, right off the bat. That's enough to pass by the cops, I'm sure. Right? Like, I'm not familiar with, like, the Twitch issue with bots. Like, I'm mostly familiar more with the RuneScape drama, but, like, that's a thing. Like, they age up bots and they sell them. That's totally a thing. We've had to ban how many bots that come in here and, like, try to sell that garbage? How hard could it have been, like, to put in just a little bit more effort? Just a little bit more effort and actually make it convincing. You know? And to leave evidence, like a recording device? How dumb do you have to be? Like, what does it matter if they suspect you? Why would that matter if you had a strong, solid alibi and you didn't leave any physical evidence? That's your best chance. It doesn't matter if the family suspects you. They can point their fingers all day and say, oh, that insert streamer name here. They probably didn't know them as their streamer name. They probably knew them by, like, their real name, right? They also carried their phone with them, like, to check the stream probably, and went to the victim's funeral. People are dumb. Like, that's not even, like, psycho stuff. I mean, it is, like, to commit premeditated murder like that. Like, that is psycho stuff. But, like, to be that dumb about it? People are crazy. I don't know. I would just think that if you were gonna go through the effort, if you thought that something like that was worth doing, risking prison time, depending on the jurisdiction, risking execution over something like that you would at least put some effort. And like, obviously, that was something that the guy recognized, right? That was a risk. You know, that he could be under suspicion. You know, he knew the victim. I don't know. Just, like... Even the people that just watch true crime would know better than to do any of that, is all I'm saying. All those true crime addicts out there would have known better. They could have done it better. Oh my goodness. Who do I want to send on this? You want to come along? I don't really care that you're low level, you're a gunner. You can do the job. The way they got caught was because their phone connected to nearby networks. Cameras caught them around the place in public spaces. They also took a taxi to get to the victim. So, like, the most traceable crime. Yeah, how not to kill someone 101 right there. Yeah, like, what? Like, how do you miss something so obvious? Like, how do you leave such a massive trail? But you know what it probably was? This is me guessing, because, you know, I'm getting all this information just, you know, from you, Eulashio. I haven't read the story, but you know what I would guess? Is he probably got to the point where he thought, oh, well, you know, it's gonna be suspicious, but I'll have this solid alibi. I'll have this unbreakable alibi, because I'll have a recording with a timestamp that says that I was live and you know, on stream, talking to people, but not even actually talking to people, I guess. You know, and that's gonna, like, deflect all the evidence. That if he had a perfect alibi, none of that would matter. Everyone is stupid but me. Exactly. Yeah. Like, nobody could figure out that something was up. Absolutely. That's so funny, though. Oh my goodness. I hate it. Like, I really hate it. But I also really love just how dumb that is. You know? Oh, settlement? Are you a snapshot? Yes, you are. Very good. I want the archer. I feel like blowing up the map. Blowing up settlement maps is funny, in my opinion. That's about all I have to say on the matter. Yeah, that was their master plan. Incredible. 10 out of 10. Can't believe they got caught. You know, let this be a lesson to you folks. Alibis ain't all that. You know? Alibis, alibis will not get you out of that kind of situation. They are not as good a defense as, like, the cop shows make them out to be. Because, like, you know, even, like, the strongest alibi, like being on camera in a public place, all they need to do is say, if they can strongly connect you to the crime, you know, all they really need to say is, yeah, electronic tampering. Video was faked, your alibi's busted. If they can demonstrate that, you know, they've got you on full charges. If they can't demonstrate that, they probably still have you for some kind of involvement, even if they can't place you directly at the crime scene. Like, the best alibi will not save you if the law catches you in its crosshairs. Like, it just won't. That is what I know from my minimal study of law. Taking some law classes for poli-sci and stuff is like, nah, the alibi ain't gonna save you. I had a professor once. Oh gosh, here I go, launching into more stories when I'm supposed to be building a squad. Oh no. I had a professor once who had been a lawyer. And he'd talk about these crazy stories about different clients, because, like, people were interested, because he was a, what do you call it? Defense? A defense lawyer? And so people were always interested, like, was there anybody that you defended who's definitely guilty. Right? And ethically, how does that work? And, you know, that kind of deal. And I mean, he had good answers to that. That, you know, it's not about that. It's about giving them a fair chance, right? It's not about whether I think they're guilty or not, and that's something I generally didn't speculate on, is roughly what he said. But he would have these stories about stuff not exactly as crazy as this, but like people who won and people who lost, and like what did it for them. And like one of his big takeaways constantly was like, you're not as smart as you think you are. Like, if the resources get thrown at it, you know, the prosecution will come after you with all they've got, right? They will pull apart anything they can get their hands on. Like, they're ruthless. Is basically what the story's all boiled down to. Was be afraid of the prosecution. They went to school for this. They kind of know what they're doing. They had to pass the bar. They're not chumps. Yeah, without their master plan, they could have settled for a lesser charge and probably shave off some years with good conduct. Yeah, honestly. Especially if it wasn't... This is gonna sound terrible, because it is. It's gonna sound terrible because it is a terrible thing. But especially if you kept it like a pretty low-profile murder, and you get a decent lawyer who can get in... I mean, again, depends on your jurisdiction, but a decent lawyer, right, to stick with you through your sentencing, come up with some sob story about how much you regret it, and like, you know, dodge that first-degree murder charge that was premeditated. I mean, you can dodge so much with that. Intent is a huge part of law. I don't think a lot of people really realize that all the time. Intent is really important. Again, speaking for where I live, not all legal systems care, definitely, but, you know, if you can demonstrate, even if you're lying, you know, put on a good act and demonstrate regret that it wasn't premeditated. I mean, with a decent lawyer, you can get years off your sentence. From the sounds of it, the guy would have been better off just, like, going there, starting a big argument, and making it look like, you know, it was some, you know, argument out of hand, and he would have probably been better off. Just getting caught on the spot. Turning yourself in? Ooh, brownie points there, right? There's a move. Anyhow, this is a dark conversation. How did we get here? Why am I telling you all how to get years off your murder sentence? What am I doing? I don't know. I don't know. This is not legal advice, by the way. This is not legal advice. I don't know all that I'm talking about. Full disclosure. Like, my experience with law is basically a few college classes, and talking to lawyers. I have no formal training. Or, like, this is not legal advice. Do not go and try to murder people with these murdering tips. No, no, don't do that, Yulashio. Autistic to autistic conversation, it is. It really do be. It just be how it be, huh? You want a scope, buddy. That's what you want. Like, if somebody's gonna come into this conversation and, like, get the wrong idea, you know? I am not an advocate for this kind of behavior. I want to be very clear. Do I have an infantry? I don't. So you do get the targeting module. Cool. And alloy plating. The rest should be okay. goodness. What am I gonna do after stream? I had something that needed doing. I don't remember what, but there was something for sure. Oh. Yeah, size screen on you, extra DR on the gunner. That's pretty cool, actually. Maybe an alloy plating? You're gonna be so slow. If you're gonna be that slow, why don't... do I have an assault? I do. I do. There's berserkers. No, I'm not planning on tanking a berserker hit. I'm just not. All of this started at XCOM is ending soon, yeah, and then it didn't. And then it didn't. And then we kept going. As it turns out. You don't need anything. I should give the arc thrower to somebody. Maybe that's gonna be you. Oh. Oh, I know what I needed to do in XCOM. And after stream, I still don't know what I was doing. Also, since we talked about some drama with people, is the problem viewer you mentioned gone now? A problem viewer? Do we have a problem viewer? Oh, I know what you mean. Hold on, I'm stupid. To be clear, we don't have a problem viewer. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Nobody's a problem. You know, you're all wonderful. This is what I needed to do in XCOM. We salvaged these alien rifles, and I want to make the reflex cannons. We'll make the other one when we get home. And I should eat after stream. That's a good idea. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, Elasha. I could not definitively tell you. But I could check. But, like, I don't want... no, God. Ethical gossiping, right? Is it even gossiping? It's not even, is it? It's not even that. It's not even that. It's just me being stupid, right?
Contact detected.
Go away. They're sending an abductor. They're saying you're taking too long. Leave stream, right? Let's just make sure that the squad is sorted out for tomorrow. Gosh, I don't know. I don't even know. I think I'm gonna stick to my guns, and I'm gonna say I'm only gonna talk about I'm only gonna talk about that stuff, the plan stuff, which I guess, gosh, did we really talk about that? Like, maybe not at the beginning of stream, but during the Overseer? That was ages ago. You've got a good memory, Elagio, if you're digging that back up. But I think what I had said then was something along the lines of I had figured out how I wanted to handle like an important conversation, and maybe I'll talk about that after the conversation happens, right? You remember everything? You do. You're good. I gotta be careful what I say around you, jeez. So, I mean, it more or less, it's just there's an important conversation that needs to be had at some point, you know, just sit down and talk about a complicated situation, because we are adults, right? We are adults, and we gotta figure stuff out. And my apologies. I know we love the streamer lore, the streamer personal life, and it's not a boundary for me. Right? I would be happy to tell you all every little detail. I really want to. I've got to restrain myself. Because I love sharing that stuff. It's just fun. Right? But because it involves another person, I know usually we keep things, like, anonymous. We don't use names, we get rid of identifying details to the best of our ability, you know, because when another person's involved, they may have boundaries about that stuff. Credit card info, please. Yeah, so if you get a piece of paper to write this down, but kind of my policy, and actually I'm curious what we think, if this is a good ethical policy, because I'm baby streamer, and I'm not very used to that, necessarily, right? I mean, we're getting a lot more experience now, like, we've been at it for a few months, but I just want to make sure I'm keeping things above board, and I'm not sharing too much about people who I know outside of stream or have known. We try to keep things anonymous, but because this person, not even frankly because they're a reviewer sometimes, but because of the very sensitive nature of the discussion, I think it's something that I would like to talk about. Not even like to. I think it's something that I should talk about after things are settled, right? That feels more respectful. Does that make sense? Does that sound weird? Does any of that sound weird? Because if it does, like, I can correct that. I just want to be careful. I don't want to cross boundaries that people may have and overshare what's not mine to share, right? Is really about all it is. Sorry, that was a little bit of a rant. But that makes sense? Good. I'm glad. I'm glad. I mean, the last thing I want to do is make anybody uncomfortable. Either here, in stream, or away from stream, right? That's the last thing that I want. So I hope that we're finding a good balance. I hope so. Do you want a plasma pistol? You do. This is kind of looking like a squad, though. I think we're gonna go through, we're gonna review this squad, and then we're probably gonna start wrapping up. But yeah, on that subject, hopefully soon I'll have more to share. Like, I'll tell you, the details are juicy. Like, it's good. I want to share. I want to rant and get my brain rot all over the stream for a bit about it. Like, you know, don't get me wrong. But, you know, not yet. Not yet. To be certain, you will know. You will know when I think that it's something that can be talked about. So, Desta's looking okay. It's a settlement map, but we've got a lot of cover destruction. Am I happy with you having an extra set of AP grenades? That's kind of been the norm for Desta here for a while, but honestly, I think you could go another direction here. We've got a spare scope. You can take that along. That could be okay. Yeah. Shoot better. That never hurt. That never hurt any of my people. Hopefully it hurts their people. The aliens, you know? Yitzhak's looking okay. I'm kind of feeling more comfortable having the plasma pistol on the sniper. I think that's going to be very helpful for us. I had a gossip theory, and it's probably wrong. Oh. I think I can give you a yes or no. Yelashio. I think, because I still definitely talk about it, right? I just don't want to, like, get into, like, what I figured out I want to say. Like, we're still definitely able to talk about it in general terms. So I want to hear this theory, if you're willing to share. And I'm willing to comment on it. To some extent. Gosh, I never used to be like this, if you can believe it. I was, growing up, like, the quiet, meek kid. Though, frankly, that may have just been, like, the dysphoria. Keeping me from expressing myself, you know, growing up. But, you know, I even in real life, like, I am not this talkative, you know, about all this stuff. Like, similarly, I don't necessarily have the boundaries as much. Like, I'm happy to share stuff with people, if they're interested. But... Oh, I see. I think you're way off the mark. I think I know what you're talking about. And I recognize it, and I don't know how to deal with it. It's not necessarily a super high priority, but I think you're way off the mark on who it is. Does that make sense? They may tune in sometime, but they lurk. I don't think, I think they've only chatted, like, literally once. Probably. If that helps you narrow things down a little bit. You and your great memory, maybe you'll be able to figure out where they are. Although, the YouTube VODs don't save the chat, do they? That'll make things tricky. Self-deleting evidence. But yeah, that other issue, I've taken note of it. I've taken note of it, and I'll figure out an approach, an appropriate approach to it, I assure you. Eventually, when I figure out how. Which may take a second, because I'm kind of stupid. I see. Oh gosh, I'm so curious though. If you ever want to play the guessing game, you are welcome to DM me, Yalashio. You are invited to. I love guessing games. There's, I think the squad's ready, but now I'm just talking, really. There's a whole bit, this is not in the story I'm currently writing, it's in a short story that I wrote, that eventually I want to revisit and turn into something bigger, where there's just a whole extensive bit of one character trying to guess the backstory of another character, and that's like the mechanic that I use in that short story to, like, slowly reveal more details about the protagonist. I love guessing games. They're amazing. I'm very entertained by them, always. But that's it for today. Before I incriminate myself, I think that's it for today. Hopefully this final conversation hasn't been too strange. Hopefully I'm not... Oh. Oh. Okay. Alright, I'm not crazy. It's just Shen. So my solution to the other thing would be making a rule about keeping things relatively on topic. You have the About Me section for stuff like that. That's a great idea, Yalashio. Actually. That's an amazing idea. We should have rules. Oh my gosh. You know, I had thought about that a long time ago. Having, like, that little thing where you first enter a chat and go to chat, and it's like, agree to our rules. And I was just gonna, like, put my pronouns in there and, like, call that chill. But then, like, it wasn't an issue, because it's in the tags, too. But that's a great idea. Oh my goodness. But also, Shen totally just jump scared me. Like, I was scrolling around, and I saw, like, the little guy here. Like, I just saw Shen, like, peek around the corner, and I was like, what did I just see? Because he's, like, compared to everybody else in this environment, like, he's, like, fully lit. He's green, he's kind of shifting around. Because that's the model, because you just zoom in. And there's Shen. See, it's all seamless. It's all seamless, it's just Shen. I heard the fear in your voice. There was. Because I was scrolling along like this, and then I went down, and, like, I saw something there briefly. And then this console hit it, and I lost track of Shen. And I was like, what did I just see? It's like that, the PS2 or like the PS1 horror, horror vibe, you know? Like, I can't describe it any more than that. It's just that. That is what I just experienced in my XCOM game. Which is probably a sign that I've played enough XCOM for today. Let's get out of here before Shen comes and gets me. Here, let's take us on over to the ending soon screen. Oh, goodness, goodness. What a day. What a day of XCOM it has been. Oh, boy. Oh, goodness gracious. I've had a good time. I think I'm just gonna get out of here. I don't think, yeah, I don't even have anybody to send y'all to. So, the classic creepypasta of fucked up game versions. Exactly. See, you get it. Like, this isn't supposed to be a horror game, but, you know, this is the messed up and cursed version. This is my cursed XCOM game, you know? Speaking of horror games, not sure I mentioned it, but you should check out Cannibal Abduction. Yes, that is on the list. I've got a little list, a little note file that I keep full of, like, game recommendations, and that is high up on it for, like, a variety day. We've been rather distracted with Kerbal Space Program for Variety Day for a bit here. That is mostly because I've been a little bit broke and I haven't wanted to spare money to buy games for Variety Day. And that's fine. It'll be okay. We'll get back to that eventually. But one day, yes, we will probably play Cannibal Abduction and begin scaring me half to death once again. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. How has this almost been a 7-hour stream? It does not feel like it. Now, there's an option. There's an option, Yelashio. I just worry about doing that because, like, we live stream it. That's my only concern. Like, live streaming a certain copy of a game. I don't want to get in trouble for that, you know? But maybe, who could ever know, right? Who knows? I guess this is what happens when you start stream on time. You get to an actionable, a reasonable hour, and you can quit, and it's already been a really long time. That's crazy. The Discord-only streams? Yeah, maybe. Alrighty. Well, I should actually go eat something. So, a big thank you to everybody that tuned in today. It has been a lovely day of streaming. Today was really, really fun. I had an awesome time. So, a big thank you to everybody who tuned in. You're the people that make this possible. Especially, speaking of people that make this so possible and so much fun, a huge thank you to each and every one of our chatters. A blast as always. Makes me so happy to be able to talk to y'all. And a big thank you to the VOD watchers, who you know, keep doing what they're doing, and I appreciate it. I love to see those little VOD watch numbers go up every once in a while. It's very exciting for me. You should know. I quite love to see it. So, thank you to you for that. Yeah, we'll see you in the next one. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For real this time, because the sleep schedule is actually fixed, it seems. I'm gonna get out of here and go eat something. So, stay safe. Have a good night. Have fun. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.